Oh, I am back. Okay. What am I gonna do now? I wish I had that, but fortunately I can't get that. Go here. What was it? Advanced lock location for the map. I don't want to keep accidentally moving the world. Now, I want to use this, but I don't quite want to use it in the way that it's currently being used.
Yeah.
Hey, Toa. Let
What's
me show
going
you.
on?
Let me share my screen. Go. Show you what I've done. Mostly just this area.
Yeah.
So, added a tunnel where the rep pad can sit. Because I wanted the rep pad to be somewhere where people can't just sit there and shoot the enemy.
Yeah.
Because if they could, they will just sit there and have free repairs and no. But I also wanted another way to get up here because during testing, when the AI sort of started camping out here, getting their vehicles that dropped here from down here meant they had to go into the enemy and they're not making it. So this then gives them a way to come up here and come round. It
You can always
also
put a staircase there too on the
yeah.
next to the hog.
Yeah, I was thinking of just putting a stair here.
Yeah.
But we also got this bit that goes up here, gives a little bit of cover, can shoot over there, but not really. The main goal is to come over here. And then this has proper line. Put this up here. I put the trees here because I didn't want here to have line of sight over there too much. So
Yeah.
I put trees over here to sort of block their line of sight from over there, kind of. But this then gives them a way to clear out the front a bit from up here.
Yeah.
This I'm thinking of either moving or just getting rid of, and then just putting a basic automatic turret down. Since they have the bunker now, they don't need anything really here too much.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is kind of like right on top of the and odd, so makes sense not to have it if you there at least if you don't want it.
Might still use it somewhere, so I'll just sort of
Put it on the ground somewhere. That's what I would probably group it all, put it down on the ground, and then
come back to it later.
yeah.
And instead just have one of these.
It looks like things are coming along pretty well.
Yeah. Thinking of redoing like this area in general, because from what I noticed, when we did the playtest, most of the fighting was just here, which kind of made me sad, because there was no real fighting over here. It was mostly just people rolling in here, and yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, if you want fighting on the left side, you might need to. I don't know. If they ever do any updates and you get the ability to pick where people like the waves come from, then you can probably have fighting over there more. But people are probably having to like stay in base to defend all the different angles. I guess you could make the initial spawn on the left side further away, so it takes them longer to get there, and then maybe you can people can fight them before they show up. But yeah.
But yeah, this sight line I need to break up a bit.
Yeah. Breaking up.
I raised this area so they can't just shoot the bridge immediately from here. So the bridge is free for the most part. I mean, they can start shooting them here, but this isn't as much of a choke point, I don't think, because they still hit over here. And I was thinking of moving this mountain a bit and sort of just sort of playing around with this area a bit. Maybe get rid of this barricade and have this as another way of them just rolling in.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the initial ideas when making a map change drastically, if not just being completely scrapped and redone as something else. So, that was so early on. The map is very different from the initial thought. So, always feel free to change it if you think it's better.
Unfortunately, this is just the asset from Islands, and there isn't actually any of these walls. Otherwise, I'd like to have continued this.
Pretty sure. Looking at the top wall part, it looks like it's just made in BSP by just having like simple. Actually, if you want to be able to tell that, you could probably tell by going into right click it and click on simplify mesh. The wall part.
Oh wait.
Oh. Yeah, go to up, right over export. There you go. Open it up. go to view on the left side, top left, and then UV overlay. Yeah, it's probably made in engine because the UVs are all over the place and they're like fitting based off of like each face, and you wouldn't understand why it looks like this. You will in the future when eventually you mess with Blender. But that's like a good sign that it's probably first done in the engine.
So how would you break it down then?
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
It was made in engine.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean it was just like
BSP.
uh
Yep. Like those houses that you probably saw in the internal where
okay.
Codex was asking for like those types of houses, and I showed them what I had. Those are all made with BSP and then turned into static meshes. This looks like that. Actually, what am I saying? This is 100% that because I was there when it was made. In terms of the static mesh, this is something that what's his face made to try to fix things up for the mini map, I think. That he was making for Jay. Essentially, he was like, well, there's an issue here in terms of showing up properly, so I kind of want to just fix it. And then we were there for a few hours trying to find the best way to do it. And then he had turned this piece that's all BSP into static mesh. And at the end, he didn't get exactly what he wanted, but it got fixed up a bit. It's like a little better. But yeah, if you wanted to make more of it, you can. You just have to use BSP. I would say, I don't know, might not be worth it to go too crazy on that just yet. Maybe if you want to do that after you feel that it's like good. If that makes sense. You could just do like a basic block out of the wall though if you need it.
The other thing I was thinking of putting in here, besides, well, some lighting and maybe fill up this room a bit with just things to look pretty, was either a health pack or an armor pack. Not both. Not both, just one or the other. Because I was thinking people don't really want to have to jump all the way back down, get a refill, and then have to run through the maze to get back up here.
Yeah.
So, and a health pack is nice, but maybe an armor pack would be more.
Yeah.
It still means they
Armor's
can still die.
good.
They can still die because every time their armor, they basically become a building in a way. Because unless there's an engineer up here to rep them, eventually they will die. They'll run out of health if they keep losing their armor all the way and then some health.
Yeah.
As well as maybe a ammo drop, so they can refill ammo wise. It would make this place a bit strong, but
Yeah, and if you want to make sure it's not too strong up there, all you have to do is just limit the amount of angle that you can see. You can easily do that by just putting up like some HESCO barriers or something on the sides or whatever. Making it to where you can't just sit on the turret and shoot at every angle.
yeah, this turret
Or just sit up
does
there as a
have...
sniper and shoot at every angle. You can just block some of this stuff with barrels or barriers.
Yeah, if I go up there. It's a decent run. Can hit kind of over there, but you can't see what you're hitting because of the trees now. But yeah, it does have quite the visual profile. So probably want to move the train around a bit over here to sort of break this line of sight a bit, because I like this. I like this little area.
Yeah. Not bad. Here, back. I'm gonna grab some food for downstairs. What you trying to do here?
So I'm trying to break up this sight line over here. So over here doesn't get shelled by the missile launcher effectively. So
Okay.
it covers here perfectly, but over here they can sort of get closer. And I'm thinking of putting like either a tower here, so people have to man this tower if they want to cover this angle. But basically it's mostly just to break up the line of sight of this and over
Yeah.
here. So it's not too overpowering.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a matter of place some rocks, make it look somewhat interesting. Kinda looks like a platform. Yeah, over here now, well, I doesn't see anything really. siding. you've grouped something but you want to ungroup it, how do you ungroup it? Or is it just Control Shift G?
Shift G. You there, Neural?
Huh?
See if Neural's there.
Continue.
Hello.
What are you up to? Work on something?
Prototyping some stuff, yeah.
Interesting. My condolences for your pug experience. It sounded painful.
It is as expected, actually. Yeah.
Fine. It's Pug. Pug do be like that sometimes.
I mean, I kinda knew before, like, even the horn blow up on the last match that we were not gonna win that, because it was just not going our way from any point of view, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, the first half of the match was decent.
I just was listening to like the normal things that happen. That happen in Pug. I was like, this sounds rough, and then I heard they're attacking. All the tanks attack. I'm like, you're like, no, why?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the stanks.
yeah, that's
Because the thing is, they
painful.
buffed in a very bad place, and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had tanks, and what they were about to do is to push into our tanks which were defending, and the tanks opened fire as well. And
Yeah.
my plan was to just have the tanks stay hidden because they were gonna die anyway, and they weren't in position to shoot anything.
Yeah.
But because they saw the blue, they just opened fire up, and that was unfortunate.
Yeah, I was like full panic mode, and then I was like, "Hey, Buff, we got to do it." I'm looking at like Martok run around and heal stuff. I'm like, nothing's really getting even hurt for real. Like, all right. I don't know like the full layout of that map, so I don't know like uh all the different routes perfectly, but I know it's like a little while to kind of like get set up properly and all the way you need to go.
I don't want to be that guy, but honestly, just playing the game overall feels like as if you're playing as Node, you just have like a disadvantage. I don't know. It's Gunner is overall better than any AT unit Node has because you have the range, you have the burst, you have everything,
Rate of
and he's
fire.
just like a better rocket soldier. So you just go for gunners every single time. And light tanks are like they feel sluggish, and it's the mediums are just so much better now because they can just hold the ground, have more HP, just deal with the infantry as well because they have the machine gun. And as a light tank, you can't do much. Artilleries are not as good as mammoths. I don't know, and it overall feels like you're losing when you're playing Node, just every single time.
Yeah, I haven't played it in a while. I know there's some changes, especially with the vehicle weight addition. I know things have gotten pretty different. You guys tested it before. Martok, was it on like a server, or did you just send a map to people that can play it by themselves?
Math hosted a server.
Okay.
And the first attempt was hard held because everyone was crashing from pressing tab.
Yeah.
Because it's almost natural habit for people to press tab.
Yeah, you gotta tell people like unbind it, basically.
We did find a random quick fix, which was if you switch to GDI, press tab, and then switch back, it works.
Oh.
And the reason for that is when you switch to GDI, it sets the tab to what it's supposed to be, which is GDI. And then when you change back to NOD, it keeps it. So when you press tab, it's basically stating that your GDI, you have no score because you're killing GDI people. It's really weird.
That's funny. You're back.
How do I hide meshes?
Age.
Okay, how do I hide all the static meshes?
So you just want to not be able to see the static meshes?
I want to be able to basically only if I can make it so I can only see the apples, the path nodes.
So if you go next to where it says modes and you click on show, you basically can yeah, there's the drop down next to modes. And you have show, yeah, and here you can hide whatever you don't want to see. And you can hide static meshes if you don't want to see them.
Basically, so I can get to these goddamn apples that are now in the map that need deleting.
Generally, when you build path, it's gonna tell you which nodes are not in a good place, and you can just double click and find each one and do what you need to do with them. Yeah, there you go. It's like telling you the path nodes which are not good, and you can just double click that. Yeah, and it just teleports you to that one. This one is probably isolated, because it can't reach the building objective. Or yeah, I think you have to build. Yeah, you have to building objectives and something. Maybe the building objective itself is broken, and the other path nodes can't reach it.
Don't like that this path node is blue.
Yeah, you can move them to get it to green.
Yeah. Cut back this hill a bit. Yeah, for some reason they just can't get there. Don't know why. Path is now growing up east. Cheeky little idea. This tunnel. Maybe use it somewhere else.
Alright, I'm back.
Back.
What are you working on now?
So I did briefly play around with the idea of putting a tunnel here, like sort of come out here as a way, mostly for the bots the inventory bots to just sort of come in and spot up here, but I changed my mind.
Yeah,
Otherwise-
especially because if you do that, there's a great chance that they're only going to pick that route or something else if it gets too complicated.
Yeah, so I added a pathway in here so the bots can try and get into the back of Hon this way, which seems to work. I'll have to test if the bots actually do run in from over here. Broken up the vision of this place now, so it only really sees here and there.
Yeah, pretty good.
Given this place cover, I have what I've done so far. How would I do a Tiberium field?
Are you trying to use it to be like usable?
Not usable per se, just so I was thinking. Oh, there's several things I want to do. There's I want to use Tiberium on maybe the tops of certain hills to prevent people just sitting up there with snipers and having a good time. There are parts of this mountain I want to make out of bounds, so people don't just sit up over here and just be like, wow.
Wait, do you want people on this mountain at all?
Only for like this bit here.
Only the pathway that gets you to the bunker, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You would just make all of that like play area volume type of thing, where if you walk anywhere past that somehow, it would just say like you're out of bounds.
How do I set that up?
It's a play
It's
area
volume.
volume. Yeah. It's something you do like later on though, because right now it's not, you know, important in the bounds of the map will change as you're working on it. So setting it up now isn't like necessarily worth it, but to see how it works is like, so you don't just use a normal volume. What you do is you build it, the geometry with the pin tool. So if you go to, you hit Shift 2 to go to geometry mode, and then change your camera to the top down to the T. Hit the P, or that works too. Yeah. So open up the one on the bottom right. Zoom out a bunch. It's definitely easy to understand what you're looking at when you have it in texture mode. So you could hit like Alt 4 to get the on lit mode. Yeah, hit Alt and 4 so you can see it.
Oh, 4.
Yep. Not F4, just 4. There you go.
Oh, F4.
Yeah, you have a bad time. Anyway, so you see on the geometry tool where it says pin. Click that. And then you're probably going to want to change your scale to at least 16, but probably even higher, like 32, 64. 32 is probably good. And the way this works is, as you're moving your cursor about, you can see that there's like a little box kind of following it. So every time you hit spacebar, so just hit spacebar wherever. Like, don't worry about trying to make an actual thing because you're not going to do it now. So yeah, that happens. And hit spacebar again and again. Now hit escape once. So that goes backwards once, right? So yeah, because you can't hit Control Z while doing this, it doesn't do anything. So you would just kind of go around the edge of your map for this to be the out of bounds volume, and then when you're done, I think you hit what, enter or something like that. I forget. You can try it. You see what it does. Yeah. Now, a few things about this. Your geometry can't be too complex or it doesn't work as intended. Because after you do this, change your camera to like the side or the front or something like that. So what you're going to do when you're done is you're going to take the top vertices and the side view. And you're going to like marquee select them all. So in the side view or the front view, pick one of those and just select all of the top vertices with marquee select. Control Alt, drag.
Alt.
Like you're playing RTS. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
Selected everything.
I guess you didn't have anything hovered properly. Just Control Z that. Yeah. You want to keep Control Z just to make sure nothing weird happened. Okay, hit escape once, then hit the select the brush again, and then marquee select the top vertices. If you have to zoom in a bit, do that, but you just need to select the top ones in a box. Not in that camera. Just use the side or the. Okay, you're making this harder than it needs to be. Just zoom in. Okay, now not that far because you need to be able to see them all. There you go. Cool. Control Alt, drag your mouse. Select the top ones. Okay. Here's a tip. When you're in geometry select mode, you don't have to be like super precise because it won't select anything else but geometry as long as there is geometry to select. So if you try to get your cursor super close when you're making the box and you somehow miss the vertices, that's why it selected all the other stuff. Anyway, what you do after this is you basically raise it up in the air so your ceiling of your play area isn't like tiny, right? Now, here's the thing with what you just did. If your geometry is too complex, what will end up happening is it will not let it move, so it won't go up.
Okay.
So as you are making your play area volume, you want to like try to go in predictable. Like you want to move like north, south, east, west as much as possible, and then when you have to go in an angle, try not to make most of your movements to be at like random variable angles, you know. So like if you were to go an angle, maybe like your next one should go like in a straight line, like up and down or left and right. That's kind of how that goes. It doesn't have to be perfect to that rule, but that is something that helps. So and you're not gonna do it like break it that way, but
Yeah.
because it's already like able to do it. But you'll see once you get like more complex when you try to outline a map. If you want a good example, is just try to go find the play area volume in another map, and you'll see like how complex it ends up getting. And yeah,
So-
that's why I recommend having your skill decently high so you can help with that. Anyway, go ahead.
So this box would have to. So everything inside is where people play, and if people go outside the box, is when they start being warned, return to the battlefield.
Yes.
So I would need like the most part a square, but a little bit of an indent here.
I mean, you're gonna need to get a lot closer in certain spots, but overall, you'll be. It'll make sense once you get to that point, and just don't worry about it too much. Also, you're gonna have to. I think you can have multiple play area volumes as well. So, like, for the underground little cave thing you have, you would just add like a box and put under there. That's a play area volume as well. Instead of trying to like do some crazy weird deformation, you just add another play area volume to let that also be, playable area.
If you walk out of one playable area and into another, will it be like, oh, you left a playable area, return to battlefield?
If there's a gap, but you'll just make it to where there's no real gap.
Yeah.
Like, I ended up doing that for bridge when I added new spots. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna make a square and just add it in because it doesn't need to be precise. Same thing when I made the higher up playable area for the regular like aircraft. That was just a normal play area volume, and then we added in the second one for the aircraft for the other stuff. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah. And I really need to get some tea. I feel like shit. So I'm like struggling to talk.
He is the way forward.
Yeah. I was gonna do a write up on this other map, but I don't think I feel like doing that right now. Fucking rather do something where I don't have to think that much. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna have some water. You working on something secret there, Neural, or you just?
No, it's not secret. It's just oh yeah, let me show.
Just curious. I want to work on something. I just don't know what to work on. I don't feel like going and doing the full like character tutorial stuff right now. Oh shit!
Don't worry about it. It's not as crazy as it looks. Basically, I think yesterday, well, last time Matok was doing the stream, I did the foundation for this, and I've been just playing around with the area today.
Yeah. What kind of map you want to make it?
It's a defense map, and I was trying to get something that's I don't know, more like an objective, as in there would be a reason for someone to defend it. So like I like the what's it called, the technology center or the research thingy, and they had the
Yeah.
same building in OGN, so I kind of tried to do something similar
Oh, I know
in
this.
terms of
Okay,
shape.
yeah.
Yeah, and this basically is gonna like, I want to create like an interesting underground section for that. And
Mhm.
also I was hoping to get basically a custom building that's, you don't just go inside and you have it highlighted and you have the MCT. And basically I
Yeah.
just want an MCT that's just a giant floor, so like people, like bots would just go drop their C4 and like that's the thing. That's how they destroy the main objective. They reach
Yeah.
a certain room or something.
Or even make like a generator or something, like a large type of object.
Yeah,
Simulate.
something like that. That's basically gonna act like the MCT because the
Yeah.
bots don't need that. So that's kind of how they work, apparently.
Yeah. Because like even in old Unreal games, like there was it was set up in like assault mode where they would go and attack different objectives and you just run up and just straight up shoot it. So definitely doable. It doesn't have to only be MCT, even though for some reason it only seems to be MCT in this game. At least for infantry bots.
Yeah, basically, so the map itself is just gonna be a bit of a different objective, and I just wanna use this as a ground to experiment with things. Like, so those are gonna be like buildings, most of them being made of glass, so reflective and all that. And maybe bots would like spawn on top as snipers. So like, I wanna get something specifically about that, and snipers should just act like actual snipers. They won't just walk at you and shoot on the move. They would actually like stand still and aim at you and then shoot. Just again, simple things, simple steps until I can, I don't know, get something that's a bit more different.
Yeah. I was thinking of like co-op map stuff, but I don't have like a clear idea on that, so I'm like until something like reaches out and grabs me in terms of an idea, I'm just gonna leave it on the side. Especially because I got like, more bridge to work on, which I just force myself to do every day at this point. And then other
Now, what on earth kind of character is that?
It's an acolyte.
It's a what?
it's always nice. Did you play the original game, Molly?
Yeah,
All right, well,
beat the original game actually.
one of those characters.
I don't know. I don't recognize anything that looked like that. It's been a long
You
time.
probably
since I
don't
played
realize
the
it from the backside since in single player it's running at you.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. It would be interesting is to have like a defense map that has like different sections where, say, your first objective isn't just defend this thing until it blows up, but maybe it's like defend the gates, right? And then maybe you have a chance of doing it, but your chances of doing it is extremely slim.
Huh.
So then, like, if you like, you'll break through the like maybe the enemy breaks through the gates and you have to run inside to defend like the next section until you get to like the bottom floor.
Mhm.
Almost like an assault mode type of thing, but you're just going against bots. So that could be
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, as I said, the current defense mode is mostly like a prototype. So again, any updates to it are definitely like a step in the direction it should get. It's
Yeah.
maybe just bots slowly walking towards the main objective kind of gets boring after some
Mhm.
time.
Yeah. I think the best thing to do to keep it interesting with what people already can get their hands on is probably introduce co-op based things along with survival, so you can make it to where like at a certain time certain things happen and so on and so forth. But I'm not sure how well that'll actually work together in practice in terms of it not just falling apart because isn't it?
Well, it kind of sounds like you're talking about Firestorm Assault, or what was had previously, except AI only on the other team.
Almost, but oof.
But yeah, this is what I was doing again. Kinda got stuck since the next thing I have to do on this is gonna be very tedious because I have to like start polishing things up and like actually doing UVs and some higher polygons and whatnot.
Yeah. You can always just do smart UV project in the meantime, just slap very simple stuff on there so you don't have to like actually clean it up yet.
But I mean, for example, like this one on the top, it's using a tileable material and it's just project from view. But I'm kind of talking about like the buildings, the
Yeah.
research center, or whatever, and then the interior as well, because you don't want it to be empty. Plus,
Yeah.
and this is mostly like a playground also for making assets, because this is gonna need a lot of them.
Yeah. What assets do you think you're gonna need?
Well, basically the interior for this is gonna need like doors and walls and laboratory equipment and I don't know, just all types of things. And maybe like like outside, what I kind of want to go with is like a very nice area. Like it's
Yeah.
kind of supposed to be like a very I don't know. It's a bit
a
outside the
campus.
city. Yeah, it's mostly like a campus.
Yeah.
And basically, when it gets assaulted, like you're gonna see like a building maybe be chipped or I don't know, broken, or maybe even have like some interesting set pieces where like an worker where I don't know, an Apache shows up and just crashes into a building and like some random things like go like every single direction. Again, those things are like very tedious and kind of like useless, but would be nice just to have something like that, and the process of doing that sounds also pretty nice.
Yeah. I've definitely been interested in seeing like actual building destruction in terms of like something that's there that's a whole piece that gets slammed into and then crumbles, like the animation and everything set up. Not so much like it just obliterates in the dust, but more so that it basically almost becomes like another object. I always wonder like the best way that would be like done, because I'd imagine the best way is to kind of fake it in a way.
Yep.
I'm thinking also like, so imagine your buildings have like that type of trim where it kind of extrudes out a bit, and then maybe right at that trim is where it would break. So you can't actually tell that the building behind it is all one piece, because the trim is kind of hiding that, and then when it breaks, it looks correct because of the fact that it's set up in that fashion. I have to talk with people, see if they think about that, how that works.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely like a lot of ideas. I have like a lot of ideas, and like I didn't really have a map or something where I could actually test them.
Mm-hmm.
So might as well start with this.
Yeah.
Eventually, I mean, I could set up bots and just overall get a feel for the areas and like all that, but
The one thing I would say, go ahead.
no, that was it. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Depending on what you want the gameplay to look like here, the one thing I would say currently is that it looks like the scale looks pretty large, but then again, it does leave room for other things like vehicles to be driving around if you want, and even to attack you, which could be pretty cool. And then like having people kind of defending like their own sections and rotating around to help other sections that are getting hit harder. So not sure if this is the scale you wanted, but I can see like pros and cons with it. I think it's like all bad or all good or whatever.
Well, this is just the outside, because I was kind of hoping to get like a lot of underground areas, like I don't know, let's say over here you would have like a tunnel or just some doors, some passages to get like to the other thing, yeah, and the buildings as well. You should be able to like go inside and I don't know, even to the balcony, or yeah, have some balconies and whatnot.
Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah.
Yeah, because again, I don't want this to not just be like a maze. Yeah. So like you would have to like go in different places, maybe have like different objectives to defend, or maybe have randomized objectives. So one time you have to defend the inside of this, other time you'd have to defend the front of, I don't know, maybe have like a statue over here or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds almost like you'd be better served making it a co-op map that works just like survival does, so you have more control. Unless or until survival gets updates. So like you could realistically have it to where, say like game starts, randomly picks an event. That event spawns X amount of like attackers. After that event finishes, you can have it kick back to either a randomizer or something else. Like you could probably even have it to where, say there's like 8 events, right? And then every time an event finishes, it kicks to the start and picks another one of the 8 until say maybe like 4 events are done. And then it's like, okay, you've done enough events to go to like the next section, like the next, difficulty level, whatever, next stage. And then you can do that again, or even have like a boss battle or whatever. Like, and it can all be randomized, so you're not necessarily like getting the same type of gameplay every single time. And once you kind of get rolling, setting it up, it's actually not bad, not hard to do. It's just the first part might be a little confusing, but like you'll probably get it like almost instantly, to be fair. Because it's kind of like that one map I showed you with the
Yeah,
rooms
yeah, the rooms. Yeah. Still, I mean, have to figure out the layout first, and then like just a bit
Oh,
of
yeah.
the environment. Like this is just very rough. I think I only got like 4 hours on this, like overall, like everything.
Yeah.
So, like again, that would be like the priority. Maybe make some new trees, benches, and everything, and like all types of things.
Noodle, thanks for the raid.
I've been forcing myself to work on one of my other projects. Let me see if I have it. Too many tabs open. So like every day I make like one barrier, at least one barrier type of asset. But of course, Martok don't stream this. Well, I mean, not saying voice, but Discord.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
Fair enough, Noodle. How was your Beat Saber stream, Noodle?
So just doing like different pieces that will be useful. And as you can kind of tell, you know exactly what that would be.
Mm-hmm.
So I also sized this one to be the same size as the other thing that I made. There we go. That guy. Obviously, this is the same size as like that tank blocker. And then this is the same size as. So what I'm trying to do is future-proof while making this. So in a smarter system or engine even, on said maps, you could potentially just take this and say, like, make this like a replaceable actor, or like almost like a same idea as like build spots or whatever, I guess, right? And this would just instantly turn into that, depending on what squad you're in. So it's kind of the idea. So you can even see it here. Reference. There we go. There. So this isn't perfect, but it's still like very similar. Of course, I'd probably do more to get it closer or whatever, but this is kind of like work in progress, experiment, whatever you want to call it. But this is going in the same directions generally. And I need to tweak it more. Right. So as I was like working with it, I was like, that would probably make the most sense is to make this stuff work in that fashion. So I'm just going through different barrier things, and this was like a garden piece, like those red garden brick things. So I was like, I'll do this, and then maybe that'll be the same as like a wall or something. I don't know. And then these are just extra props, because they just have them. So there'll be pieces that obviously could hand drop or whatever, but they could even replace like cargo rates. Yeah, just doing like one of those a day and just adding them to the queue essentially is the idea. And then I was gonna work on the characters some last night, but then I was like tired and felt like shit. So I started and I was like, yeah, I'm just not up for this. So I'm gonna later today when I feel better. Just the course thing. But outside of that, the majority of the time when I'm working on stuff now, it's like I do that quick thing and then I just force myself to work on it. And it's getting there. I'm just, it just takes a while. And I definitely decided not to force myself to try to get it ready before testing. Pretty excited about the character thing though, because once I get that rolling, then I can go back to that other character that you saw that I just like blocked out essentially, that kind of starts to resemble it a lot more, and that can be finished, and then I can keep going from there, because I'm not going to go crazy with it. I'm just going to do basic shit, because I find the way that I learn is by doing basic shit over and over again until I'm like, this is too easy, let me do more. Relatively basic, of course. That's what I did for vehicles. It was like, kept doing simple stuff. I'm like, yeah, all right, let me add more to it. Need this tea because I'm fucking dying. Here, back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And welcome back.
Figure out what I'm gonna work on. I just don't know what. Do not have the energy to sculpt though. I know that much. Using the pen and all that shit. You got like a whole like tablet pen thing set up, right?
Now?
I thought you did.
No.
Oh, you just do it with a mouse.
Yep.
Just oof.
Well, it's just like being able to go from like light strokes to intense strokes with just the literal stroke of a pen is very nice, even though I'm, still very, very new to it. It's a very nice feeling. I do, however, eventually want to get one of those ones where like you have a screen on it. Right now, it's just like a blank thing that doesn't have any video feed. Just a glorified stylus.
I find it absolutely wild that every time I try and move this thing from islands, the editor just sort of lags and freaks out.
PSP. They'll do that because it's like one of the main reasons why you change PSP stuff over to static mesh is because the engine itself has to like. I don't think render is the right word, but kind of. It's doing a lot of work because it's his own proprietary thing. So it's not just setting like, does this have collision or not, but it's doing a bit more than that. From, what I know. And there's a lot of pieces in there. So it's like not only just setting up the geometry of where pieces are, but it's also doing subtractions of where stuff shouldn't be. And then there's like an order of like, okay, you get subtracted, but you don't get subtracted because you came after this one, and it's a lot going on, to say the least.
Base, it's like the base of the static mesh is this. It's like untextured ramps.
Yeah. Because those ramps are never supposed to be getting looked at anyway. Are you going to get rid of the other parts of it?
I was seeing how, just sort of seeing how I would put this to use. I were to use it. I'm just kind of playing around. And since I'm playing around with it and I don't want to be moving at like 4 FPS, I'll use this model instead.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know. Math has told me that he has given me a sort of a kind of timeline to expect additions to the defense mode. Obviously, take it with a grain of salt. Don't expect it to be like a deadline or anything, but he said he might have some things done by end of February. Maybes and ifs.
I'm gonna go to sleep. See ya.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Reaper. No cursed stumps, nah. There won't be any cursed stumps. VLC media needs 200% volume. Is that quiet? The thing is, it's really loud for me. That's what's annoying. That's why I have it on such a low volume. It's like loud for me, but I don't know how loud it's coming through the stream. Ah. Yeah. It can always go louder. I want to put a bunker here of some kind, but I want to be able to get up to it from down here. So you kind of have some cover to get to it. This. Curious asset.
I don't think this traffic light is to scale somehow.
What do you say?
I was just looking at this model, and I'm just like, this traffic light isn't to scale.
Yeah, nothing in there is to scale. If you put a person next to it, it's going to be all sorts of weird. These are definitely set for background buildings, and I know this very well because the building I was trying, well, the sets of buildings I was trying to use when I was making my first map, the TDM map in the city. And I had tons and tons and tons of issues with zero fucking answers. And I don't even want to get started with that. That was like one of the most aggravating experiences ever. But long story short is they're not set up properly. And I eventually set them up properly for a bridge. So there's an entire separate package that I created that has them. I'm not sure if you have access to them though.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Type in on the packages search, so on the left, type in urban and see what you get. Just the word urban. Okay, nothing there. Probably not in this version at all. I at least made it like an RX file, but I don't think it's been updated since I made that a thing. Probably don't want to use that anyway because it's not going to really fit the theme of what you got going on there.
It was mostly just looking at it and having a look at it, really.
Yeah.
I've tried searching for certain like keywords to see if I could get what I'm wanting, but didn't have any luck. So now I'm just sort of seeing if anything jumps out at me.
What do you want?
So, what I want this kind of fits it, but doesn't quite. Basically, a way up to a bunker where... So, if I were to use this as an example... Let's just... This is an example. If I want something like this, to then place a manable turret, but I don't think this works per se.
Why is that? Like, why doesn't it work?
I guess it kind of does. I
Well, I
just
mean-
have to raise this area a little bit more.
Yeah, like what don't you like about it? Is it the fact that it's not fitting the area that you're in, or is it the setup that you don't like about it? Or is it what's the?
This window is a bit weird.
Let's take that out. what I would say overall is to either make something like this work or something else similar, because the more important thing is to get the idea going and see if the idea is set to like your liking, I guess. Not so much like trying to find the perfect fit, because this stuff is subject to change anyway. So realistically, you just like, I get it, trying to make it fit to what you have, but you can easily just kind of like slap some stuff together for now, because kind of need to test and see if this even works. Because if you're gonna put a bunker there, like if you go back down to it, right, high level, right, what is this bunker supposed to shoot at? Just over there?
The
Like, I could see, and not saying this is going to happen, but this is just an example. I could see after, like, say, 10 games of testing this, or even less, that you find that people don't really use this bunker much at all, potentially in favor for other spots. Like, they might go to that stand-up tower on the left or the right. They might go sit on, like, the little walkway of the cliff. They might go into, I don't know, like a lot of other places, just because the angles that you have to shoot at, if you go back to eye level, is like kind of limited. And if you're setting up and shooting stuff kind of early, there's probably better positions. Now, if that bunker had like some form of gun turret in it, maybe it's a little bit more.
That was the idea. Put one of these things in it to sort of cover here and here.
That's the top section, right?
Yeah, that's the top section. The bottom section's
Yeah.
kind of in the ground.
Yeah, which is fine, but I mean, it's like this wouldn't be like way up in the air, so you're still
No, and the thing is, I find with this gun turret, it feels like this should be on more ground level than up in the air. Because it kind of just sort of gets in the way of itself.
Yeah, I've seen that. I would say, if anything, you should just set up a really basic version of that, put the turret down, test it out with some bots, see how it goes. You know, so because you want to see how it like kind of functions before you try to build it out more or get it to be set up to be working as like you would intend it. You probably need that platform piece, but I don't know. Maybe not. Say try it without it first.
I need to move that barbed wire. Yeah, I don't want it to be able to swing around over here, basically.
What? The turret?
Yeah, I don't want it to be able to see over here, so I want it to be kind of indoors.
Yeah, you can just block the back part. Then you'd be good to go. So you can kind of build like a shell around it. How many people do you expect to be playing on this map at a time? In most cases.
I want it to be able to be somewhat playable from players of
3 to 4.
Like 3 to
Starting?
4 or 10 to 20.
10 to 20 is insane.
It is insane.
Going from like 3 to 20 is like, there's such a stark difference.
Well,
Here's what I would recommend. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say first.
so the idea being like, have some close-knit defenses, right? That they sort of have to use, like they have to stick around here, because if they go out here they just get murdered by whatever's attacking. And that's how I sort of see low populations. So if they're low populations, they kind of get overrun quite easily. But when they've got like 10 players or 15 players, they have people here, they have people here, they're actually pushing out here and fighting. So they have, so the extra area of the map becomes more viable for the players to occupy and actually defend, like defend this choke point or defend this choke point here, because there's just more players. So that's why I'm kind of going for like a layered defense.
So here's the thing I would say. From personal experience, I do not think it is feasible without scripting and wise to try to, and or wise, I guess, to try to curtail your map to work with a very wide range of players in mind, because it's not.
See a noodle. Yeah.
It's not necessarily doable. So, for example, like, map I made, Bridge, started suffering because I started trying to make the map for larger player bases when it was initially designed specifically for lower player counts. Doesn't mean that it can't work on a higher player count, but I was trying way too hard to make it work on a larger player count, which then makes the lower player count gameplay suffer and the higher player count feel weird, because it's like, it feels like there's not even supposed to be this many people here to begin with. And then I'm forcing things. So things got too wide, too open, and then it's like, this isn't great, right? If you try to create your map to work with low pop, which is your initial thought process of even having defense in the first place,
Yeah.
and then you also try to like build it to work with a very large number of players. If you try to do it in a normal fashion, you'll probably run into the same issues of like, hey, this isn't playing right, because like the waves will just murder you at low pop and you'll have no chance, and it's like, why am I even playing this? And then at high pop it'll feel fine, or at low pop it'll feel good, maybe challenging, and then at high pop it feels like just a comp stomp, you're just not even having to try and everyone's just killing everything super fast.
Yeah.
Now, you can make the higher pop stuff work. I would highly recommend pushing into working on making the lower pop stuff work first, because that's the main aim of this anyway. And then using like different scripting type of things to make higher pop work. So, for example, one of the thoughts I had was like, maybe if you could get one of the things that I brought up that would be nice to have is like being able to interact on like the wave level script in the scripts to like with the waves themselves. Then you would be able to get more control of like what the gameplay looks like. So it can look like something where after the round ends, or maybe the last character, the last enemy is killed, before the round ends, it kind of does like almost like a bonus round. Two ways to do this. Bonus round where it sends more like a bigger, larger wave that would be hard to deal with, and it checks to see how many players you have before it does it. If you don't have that many players, it doesn't do it because everything is calibrated for a lower amount of players. But if you're over X amount of players, it goes, oh, this would not even remotely be challenging enough. A better way to do it is at round start, it would go, how many players do you have? Instead of just giving you a few more people, it'd give you like a setup wave, like that you would want if it had a higher population. Almost similar to variable map sizes or objectives in a map. If your player count is above or under a certain amount. So think like Battlefield, where in Battlefield there are multiple versions of a map, and there's like the 16 player version, the 24 player version, the 32, the 64, so on and so forth, right? And each one of them has like less or more, respectively, of course, objectives and map sizes of the same exact map that you're in. So, basically, that would probably be the best way I'd look at doing that, is just setting up a, of course, with like the change code, if it gives you this freedom to look at the wave, look at how many players are in the map, and go, this is good or this isn't good, and we need to add more to it to make it challenging for a higher pop. And then build everything for the initially desired population size that you're building the map for, which is a smaller number. That way it will also scale properly, meaning that if you start it with 3 people and it's going to do exactly what you wanted it to, which is it's going to grow the server, and maybe now you're at 10, 15 players, it would then be like, okay, you need more enemies to attack or to defend against. You need more things to happen.
Yeah.
So on and so forth. So, like, maybe it starts hitting you with airstrikes. Maybe it starts hitting you with things that are going to straight, like, fly in and attack your base 100%, and you have to defend against it, things like that. So, because that's the same exact problem I ran into in that map, and I think another map I was working on. I was like, yeah, I can't build something for everything. It doesn't work. That's how a lot of games come out and suck ass. They try to make it for everybody, and that's just not realistic. Did you ever play there is a co-op map called Scorpion Hunters that's supposed to be like the first mission?
No.
I think that's a pretty good example, because you can probably I think it's in the engine or whatever, but it's a pretty good example of something that just ramped up in difficulty in a way that just didn't make a lot of sense. I think what you're doing there was fine. You just have to raise up the first one.
Stairs were actually steep enough for this ramp.
Probably duplicate like 5 or 6 first and just see if there is or not. Then just start it a little further out. You can also rotate them if need be.
guess there is one other way to simply do it.
What's that?
Simply rotate it up.
It is rotated. People are gonna be moving so fast on the stairs, they're never gonna like think about that. And it's okay if the stairs like protrude out a bit. Like it's not a big deal. Why didn't you just paste the other one with all the different pieces already like attached to it?
There's a lot of things here.
You didn't want to use it.
All of it. Maybe whatever I build will be less. Well,
Yeah,
stuffery.
it's fine. I mean, you don't even. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm useful so soon. Kind of the same. That's enough. It's the sliver that's not textured or.
So
We were wondering what this is. Just like a sliver that's untextured.
yeah, it's when geometry gets complex, especially the engine. How do I put it? When you're using the BSP in the engine, you're moving around, manipulating it to get what you want out of it. Especially if it's touching something else at the time, it will sometimes get untextured. And since they turned this into a static mesh, it just is now untextured, right? If you look closely to it, let me give you an example of like, and it'll also answer one of your other questions. So you see how like that nice edge has been created? See. Let me turn off all this other shit so I can stream this without leaks, I guess. I'm gonna stream two things to show you something. And it's it's something I showed Neural a while back, and he's like, "Oh my fucking god!" Should work at this. Actually, no, I don't need to go there. I can go here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Close that. That's a huge leak. That's good. And that. Okay, so you can. I'll be able to show this on screen.
Did it show it on stream or no?
Yeah, it's fine. So, one of the things they did with what you just saw is they created some geometry. I get a new one. Keep forgetting. Okay. Let's get that thing out of the way. So, say this geometry, and then you got this, right? Now, if you want shapes that are a bit more complex, there's ways to do it. And I'm going to guess at one of the ways they did it. Actually, first, let me try one thing. No, fuck that. Okay. So, if you want to, this is not geometry. So I can take this and start editing it, right? And I do not recommend that, so I'll get it back. I don't want to move it on that type of axis. Okay. Shifting, and I'm going to move this up. And move this here. And then I'm going to rotate it. And then shift S. So now I have a beveled edge essentially, right? And then what people have done, and I'm trying to think of the smartest way to do this, is let me try this. Damn it. It's not perfect. That might be a close enough. Now, I've created beveled edge, and then that also means that I have these things that I can move around to kind of get what I want. But, there may be some issues in terms of getting it to be exactly the size of a bevel edge that I'm looking for, right? And people have done this, and I've seen it in some of the maps, and they probably could have done it with that piece as well when it was originally created, right? So you can kind of get an edge that looks a little better, better than how you set it up. And what I just showed you was done in a way that I know how to do after messing with the editor for a long time. And just for this specific example. Now, if you had, there's so many other reasons why this would have taken someone an extreme amount of time. And of course, it wouldn't just be just this block, right? You take this thing and then you have it extended out. And not even to mention if you have this shit on an angle somewhere. See, now it starts to get, well, that would make sense, right? Let's actually do it like this. So let's do this one. Let's look at this guy, because you wouldn't want that there anymore. But then maybe you want this one to be extended. This is, even what I'm doing here, is still, I'm telling you, way faster than you'd expect this to ever actually happen, right? You'd only really experience the true pain of this is if you sat down and tried to figure it out yourself, and then realize how this stuff works, and then, honestly, this could take someone hours, right? Now, I got a blender, and I'm done. And just imagine what I just showed you probably would have taken someone 30 plus minutes to do. And if you ever need to move this or change this, or if this is not at a perfect angle or whatever, you're gonna have to fight constantly to kind of get it the way you want. And then it just, I don't know how to explain how awful this actually is in terms of the creation of it. Not to mention the fact that you have all of these pieces that you made it from. Of course, once you make it into a static mesh, it's better. But this is the process of creation on this piece. If you want maybe a better example of how bad this is, or how frustrating this could have been for someone, then you can look at a piece like this. Bevel all of those edges, right? So people will go and they'll get a piece like this, and they'll do the same thing, but then they have to start to manually get it into position in the way that they need. And it's never going to be the same, right? Because, sure, I can change this 45 degrees. Was that 45 actually? Because it moved extra. And then I can set this shit all up. Oh yeah, but here's the thing. I want to rotate it, right? I can't rotate it on the axis. That's where the problems start. And I can't change rotation based off of whatever. Remember how I had that block at the start of this? Where'd it go?
Yeah.
That block is the reason why I could rotate it. So without it, you're just out of luck. And
how I fixed that was can't you just switch it to local?
You can't, because it's a brush. You can't change. See, I'm hitting it. It doesn't do anything. You have to find a static mesh. And then if you want to get it perfect, you need to make sure the static mesh is the same exact size of the block, which is what I did. Where the fuck did I block? Did I delete it on accident? Is that what happened? Huh. Maybe I did. That's unfortunate. But here's the thing. Most people wouldn't even have the knowledge to go get a static mesh, have it be the same exact size, rotate it, and do all that. They would do all of this manually, right? So I'm talking oh shit, I gotta get it in position first. So okay, and then I gotta rotate it, so they'll maybe try doing it like maybe I'll do 30 there, 30 here. Maybe that's close enough. Sucks, and that's fucked up. To all hell. So it's not pretty, right? And that's where something like Blender comes into play. And the nice part about this is if you want to do these types of procedures, there's a lot of things you can do that are way, way better than what we currently have as options. Right?
Again, you're telling me I should just get Blender.
Well, what I'm saying is like you will run into other problems. Because I've made static meshes and you start realizing that you have to worry about things like light maps, and it's like, what the fuck is that about? And then you have to figure that out, and then you have to kind of adjust stuff accordingly. It's something I wouldn't recommend doing just yet, but it's something to keep in mind as like you'll probably want to, because once you start and each little thing that you do, it becomes a lot easier and it starts to make a lot of sense, and then you can like just kind of work quickly and get the type of results that you're looking for. Whereas like right now, it wouldn't make any sense in terms of like you're looking at stuff and not understanding what's happening and why. But you know, with a bit of time and just working on it, the same type of amount that you've been doing with the map stuff, you'll start figuring it out in the same way, and yeah, be able to use it effectively to make shapes, make vehicles, do all sorts of stuff, right? So, and let me show you the other part, which is this fucked up geometry is part of kind of what I was talking about, of like when you're messing around with shapes, especially the more complex they get, what can easily happen is like something just kind of gets moved on a line a little bit too much, or you like move something in a direction that maybe you shouldn't have, and then you start getting other issues. Like, so if I grab just, man, that's annoying. If I grab this piece, move it down, you'll notice that like other lines start popping up that weren't there originally. So kind of hard to see it here, so let me just do a brush. I'll take this brush and do this, and then maybe I'll just push this down like the other one. And you got all these extra lines to try to hold the piece together, right? And the more that happens, the more it has to create these extra pieces. Which is one of the reasons why I said when you end up doing the play area volume, you don't want to go too crazy with the geometry, because the more complex it gets, the more the engine's like, okay, I can't move these effectively up in the air anymore because everything's fucked up. It's too complex. There's too many things that are barely being held together by like, you know, gum and glue and duct tape. Like, it's not gonna work. So, yeah. If you ever find yourself needing to get very intricate with geometry in the future, and this is after you've already made some shit, right? But if you ever find yourself like going and getting to a point where you're messing around with geometry to a pretty extreme extent, it's probably time to go learn Blender and just start doing that bit by bit, because it becomes more cost effective in terms of your time to go do shit and go learn Blender. You're gonna have to learn other things once you get to exporting and whatever, but honestly, it's worth it. And you strike me as a person where it's not gonna be like something that you would just quit out on or just not do it. Like, you know, you'll be fine. So
We'll see. I ain't got there yet.
yeah, it's it's the same. The only thing you really need is just to work hard, right? Not even hard, just to do the work, right? There's people that say they're gonna do things and they just never fucking do them. And like you'll never learn Blender or any sort of thing that way effectively. You have to just get to it and stick to it. That's about it, right? Everyone is subject to that mistake at some point of like wanting to do stuff and not doing it, but eventually like you have to just sit down and go, okay, I'm just gonna learn it or figure it out or whatever. Like you're sitting down doing map stuff, it's not hard, it's just gotta continuously do it to build up the knowledge. It's the same thing with Blender, right? Like it's not necessarily just straight up hard. A lot of the stuff that you're gonna do is gonna be stuff that you're just repeating over and over again, right? Like, and then you'll learn bit by bit the stuff that you need. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm doing now are just really simple things that I've just learned over doing a lot of basic stuff over and over again, you know, like setting up like symmetrized stuff, loop cuts, beveling the loop cuts, extruding in certain types of ways based off of what you're trying to get, beveling things to get certain types of shapes. Like a lot of this stuff is really basic stuff that you're seeing, but you're seeing like how much you can actually change the effect or the shape of what you're creating. And these are things that you just do over and over and over again, and then it's like, oh, this makes sense. That's it. Nothing crazy. And you start realizing like why some of this is good, why some of it's bad, so on and so forth. So yeah, you'll be fine once you eventually get to that point. Negative, positive. Yeah. And you know, once you get there, teach you what.
If I ever did get into Blender, I'm just going to be filling the ESV in with just random assets.
Yeah, don't do that. But like, if you get into Blender, we'll just show you stuff, right, to get you started. There's a very good tutorial, the Blender Guru's donut tutorial, and then like you get a bunch of fucking shitty like video creators like, don't do the donut tutorial, it's like terrible, and like there's no good reason, they're just saying shit to get views for their videos. That's all they're doing, right? But it's a good tutorial to use a bunch of things and get you started with Blender, helps you understand some stuff, and then you're already doing some procedures that are a little, I'm not going to say advanced, but definitely over the level of like a pure beginner, which is good. And then from there, you're actually able to start creating stuff on your own that you'd want to make. And then you just keep creating things. Like the best way to do it as well is like create something, do a tutorial, and then after, why the fuck can I select these? What is going on? I'll admit it, I'm stupid. Create a or do a tutorial, and then after said tutorial you just use what you just learned to create something, and it could be your own thing that you want to just mess around with, something that's actually interesting to you, instead of just, you know, another tutorial. Like some people make the mistake of like, I'm gonna do a tutorial, and then right after the tutorial is done, I'm gonna just go do another one, and you're not actually taking the time to use what you have learned. So it's kind of like you're not really learning much of anything. You're not you're not really learning much of anything. You're just kind of like copying someone else over and over again. Like it's not helping you improve. You start to improve when, and this is like the hard part for some people, I guess, that aren't really going to stick to it and just quit out. But you improve when you run into problems, and then you figure out how to solve said problem. That's how that works, right? Because you, I think of like a good problem, a really simple one. Well, I guess that could be one. Like, why is this doing this? And it's because my settings are still set to the shit that I just messed around with. But if I go to default, then it does that, right? Actually, no, that's also still fucked up. So instead, I would need to go in here, and I would need to change to that. Yeah, holding. Huh. Oh, it's just flat. That's fucking weird. Oh, but you can also, yeah, super is default. Okay. I don't know, but that's like the biggest thing. I was solving problems and figuring out what the problem is, and then figuring out, okay, how do I solve it, or how do I do stuff easier or faster? Like, for example, you might have seen me do this a few times already. Like, if I make the shape like this, and this is the shape that I want, but now I got to do it over here, and I want it to be perfect. I could use a mirror modifier. That's one way to solve it. Or I could go select everything. And I have it on my quick favorites, but the way you would do it, I think, is like up here. No, mesh. Symmetrize. And then you pick the sides. So it was over here, and I need to go over there. So I look at this up here, which is negative x instead of positive x. To negative, or negative x to positive x. So the other way around, and now it's over here. Like that's like an example of like something simple that you just may not know how to do yet, and it's like just your current problem, and then you're like, oh, okay. And usually to figure that shit out, I just Google it. And luckily, Blender is not like UDK; it's very, very popular. So you can generally find like the answers to all the problems that you may have quite easily.
Fair enough.
Yeah, sorry, that was a lot.
Maybe one day I'll have to drag you in here for Blender training.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing for now, but eventually time will come. And you just learn little by little. I think Meryl's been at it for what? Less than 2 years? And he made an entire working model of a very complex character as his first character as well.
Yeah.
Learn how to sculpt and all that. Like, just like sitting down and doing it. That's all it is. So.
That's unfortunate.
What?
I copied a piece, but it didn't copy the changes I made to it.
What do you mean?
I stretched it out a little and it didn't copy it.
Just copy it again because it should do that. What did you do? Try to rotate it?
Oh, I rotated it. I needed a flip. Flipping.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. So just put it down and go Control Z to put it back. So when you first slid it. Oh no. Yeah. Go ahead and slide it. Yeah. Put it right there and let it go. Now go to the bottom okay, first click on it. Yeah, leave it highlighted. Change it to local instead of world. So those axes at the bottom axes is first the regular overall scale. Then each one of those is X, Y, and Z, respectively, the bottom right. Looking at the bottom right scale of the object itself. Yeah. So on the X value, at the very start of it, just put a negative symbol.
Which one's
The first
this one? This one.
Yes. No, that's the overall scale of it all.
So put a negative here.
Yeah, at the start of it. Not at the end of it, the start of it. Yep. Now hit enter. There you go.
Huh. Thank you.
Welcome. Let that be a lesson in the future, so when you eventually start making shit, that you learn how to set stuff up kinda modularly, so you can easily do that and stuff still works properly without the like origin point being in a weird spot. That will be very helpful. Anyway, be right back. I gotta run the bathroom. Alright, I'm back.
I'm back. God. I'm trying that now. Rotate the stairs like 2%.
What?
Basically the stairs, while it's fine going up them, coming back down them, I get stopped. Like that.
It's because at the very lip there's a piece of that static mesh just sticking up. Let's go into ghost mode. And then just go down and look at it real close.
Put it inside.
Something catching me.
Like I've got it going inside the other static mesh.
I think you're probably better off just making this in BSP at this point. You probably spent like what, an hour on this now, and it's still like becoming a pain in the ass. If you do it in BSP, you're gonna have a much better time with this, and you can just set the texture, and it'll be done.
Is BSP Blender or?
No, it's what you've been using in game when you hit Shift A. So click on click on one of the stairs, like just one piece. Go to the one that's more to the middle of that staircase. There you go. That's fine. Now just hit the stair builder brush, the straight one. Yep. Now all you got to do is size that and angle that where you need it to go. So the best bet is to hide those other stairs, hide the other stairs, so like all of them, and then put this in its position essentially. And then you're going to edit the stairs by right-clicking the stair builder brush to get it to work the way you want. On the actually, just look at my screen so you can kind of understand what I'm saying. It's easier. So whenever I tell you to do this, by the way, it's because I just want you to get it into position. So the best position is going to be usually in your middle piece, because I feel like if it's like something that's way over here, or better yet, say your builder brush is like way over there, and when you hit stairs, it's going to be over there. So instead, you find a position that's going to be close to what you're looking for. That's just for positioning, right? Then maybe I'll get like it kind of started bottom position. I hate this mouse. Hold on. There we go. Swap to this one. This is going to be a lot easier to get exactly the way I want because I have it on the grid. But then, obviously, this isn't enough. This is probably not steep enough. Whatever. So if I wanted to edit this, let's just say I'm going to give it a little bit more distance. Actually, this is probably what, 512, I guess. Nope, 256. That'll make sense in a second. There we go. Yeah, these stairs are default 256. I guess I could just do this. Well, that's not what I want to do. So what I will do instead is go here on the right and right click it. And then this is where I can decide different things. Like maybe this isn't enough steps to be smooth as I want, especially depending on how I change things. So I can just double the amount. But then if that gets too high, then I can change the step height to go to the same height. And then I can also change the step length, which will change how far this actually goes. So if I half that, then you got this. Okay. So you can manipulate the different parameters to get what you're looking for.
Healer.
What's up? So that's kind of what you do with this, and just probably place one down, test it out, see how it goes, just to make sure that it's not too steep or ridiculous as well. That's like an important part.
I just came here to ask, who won the final round on Pug on Step?
GDI.
GDI? Damn. How
Yeah.
close?
I don't think it was close.
It went downhill when you left.
Fuck. Well,
We
at
lost,
least the first.
we lost the tunnels entirely when you left. And then they just got 3 rushes in.
Damn. To be fair, though, they kind of owned the tunnels even when I was there, because they kept putting snipers. Anyway, that's all I came. Well, that's all I came to ask, check up on. Laters.
That is.
What else? But yeah, you can mess around with that, try to get it where you want, because it's a lot easier to kind of line up the way you want. You don't have to like smack a bunch of different staircases together and hope that like everything lines up. It's a lot easier in that fashion, in that regard.
Get the filter brush menu up.
What?
The thing you had to edit.
Right click
the,
it. No. The brush on the left. Right click it. Sometimes it's easier to hide everything in the world except for the builder brush and the thing you're working with as well. Which is something I'm about to do here, so you can take a look if you want. Because this will make it so you're able to see exactly what you're getting instead of having to guess. So, as I just set everything up, let's look in the wireframe for what I'm getting. Well, it feels a little easier to tell the faces though. Because it's not. What the fuck?
watching you make the stairs.
What the fuck? That's why I did that. Yeah, I'll show you a step after. Figure this out. Might have to add. Okay. Step height has to be over a certain amount. Okay, 13. And then I need to change that to probably like 16 again. So what you can do here as well, once you get to this point and stuff is really close, is just edit the top step. And you can even pull the steps backwards to make this top step kind of like a landing. And then I would just go. It's a little annoying with that thing being there, so I'm just gonna hide it. I would just do this. Too much. There we go. And then bring it down. There we go. So now, like, there's only this small little bit of a lip there, which is completely fine. I guess if you want to be really crazy about it, you can try to bring it up. It's probably never going to... Actually, scratch that. It's never going to be perfect. So don't worry about trying to get it perfect, but you just decide which side you want to kind of stick out more. Do you want it like that, or do you want it the other way?
Yeah.
That's it. Now, what I should be able to do, because remember when Neural said it's all basically just text at the end of the day? I should be able to copy this and just paste it to you. You should be able to just take exactly what I have here and just paste it over. And then, of course, you can edit it as need be, but I'll do this part first. And sure, that may be like this. Now, again, if you wanted to edit this part, you can. You can just take it. I think you should be able to just pull it out or pull it in. Again, remember, no one's doing this with your meshes. If anyone notices, like, no one's gonna notice this, and if they do notice it, they're a nerd, so no one fucking.
They're nerd.
That's why I tell people all the time, so they just don't go overboard because it's not worth it, you know. So, like, no one's getting like that to notice your shit, right? Now, I'll do one more thing. Useful material. So you notice how I just right click this, but I don't see the material thing? Like change the material over, right? It's because I'm in geometry like mode for some reason. If I go back to normal mode and I right click it, apply material is here. That's just something I gotta keep in mind. Now, obviously, this is not a great material for this shit. It's not the worst, but if I were to use it, I'd probably need to edit it. So I'm going here. Let's see what happens if I do box. It is terrible. Let's go back to default. Let's scale it. Let's see. Nope. just has this hole in the middle. It's kind of stupid. So I think what I'd rather do is see if I can pan this shit. Oops. Okay, that goes that way. Okay. So when you go to pan things, by the way, or use any of these types of things, rotation, if you click it, it goes one direction. If you shift click it, it goes another direction. Like it goes back the other. So I'm gonna try to see if I can find like something here that looks not awful. And I don't think I can, so I need to rotate it. And then see if I can pan it. Whoops. Okay, that's weird. Huh. Damn it.
Too bad.
Definitely don't want to see that there. I don't think it's avoidable. But, oh wait, hold on. I think that it's probably better to try like a different texture. But yeah. Different texture, most likely. Other textures were there. Oh, material. Oh, I got it. What is this texture? Okay. What is that about? Whatever. I guess that kind of worked for now. Whatever.
Good.
And then, you know what? Or I copy that and crash, and then all this is a waste. Or if I duplicate it, that is. I'm just going to copy. We're just going to see if this works. So if you copy all that shit and then you just do paste, it should paste this.
So copy it. in
Copy it
here.
all like it's just one thing. Just select all, copy if it lets you. Also, before you paste it, you should probably save if you haven't already, and then paste it.
Paste here.
Yeah. Thing you save, so just reload, copy it again, paste it again. Because sometimes it will just crash off the first time it sees something whenever it's really dumb. And if it crashes again, and maybe there's like some wild and mismatch, it doesn't like these things. But yeah. The easier thing, well, not easier, but something else that could work is just sending you the DSP with no texture on it after this attempt, if this one crashes again. And that will probably work because there's nothing special with that from my version to your version. So it's probably went to the origin of the map because you didn't click anywhere before you hit paste. Actually, scratch that. You need to go copy it again because when you crash, it will usually put in like some sort of like failure thing into your copy paste clipboard.
Just Control Z, just to be safe.
Yeah. So select all that again, except for the 4 kilobytes left part. Get the end there. You probably don't want that. Probably get rid of the ellipses as well. Just keep the link 6. Link equals 6. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna work.
Right.
You know what I'll do instead is I'll just send this over. You don't have to like do this shit because it's kind of tedious. So what I could probably do is just make it a package file. Trying to think. Yeah, that's a better idea. Okay, so I'm just going to take this and turn it into. I guess I should do a prefab. So you can edit it. Yeah. Damn it. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing else here. 1, 2, 3. Right click. Copy. Create prefab. And just in case I have random stuff saved there that is spoiler. Guess I'll just. Oh yeah, I don't have anything crazy there, luckily.
Just move it to the other screen. Just in case.
Well, yeah, that's what I did. I don't have anything in that folder that's crazy, luckily. In terms of like things that I'm working on. Everything in that folder is like old shit that's probably been abandoned for good reason. The biggest thing is I just don't want to get people excited for shit that I'm not actually going to be doing. That's why there's like a bunch of vehicles I just don't show because I'm like, I'm not working on that anymore. Okay. Package file. Did I put it in the right folder? Yes, I did. Okay, that would suck if I didn't. So I should be able to just send you this now, and then it should pop up in that file. Message. Clear. Cool. I'll just say if that tries to make me download Nitro, I'm just gonna get or buy Nitro. I'll be really pissed. You should be able to just take that and throw that into the environment folder. So it's like environments or Renex game, UDK game content, Renex, and then environments. You slap it in there. You might not even have to like reload the engine, but you might.
DK game, then what?
Hold on.
Oh.
Renex, UDK game. No, go to content right there. Go to Renex. Go to environments. Drop it in there. Whatever. Let's see.
I see the package. But I
Right
don't...
click and fully load it. If it allows you to. There you
There
go.
we go. Cool.
Prefab, so you'll still have the ability to edit the geometry, and it should also be on the right axis as well, so it's not aimed at some random angle. So yeah, you can just move it into position. And it's good to leave the old one so you can get it precisely in position with the old part, for the most part. And then, I guess yours might be scaled, but whatever. And then you can, delete it after once you're close enough.
Slightly scaled.
Yeah, just get it like down to the ground and all that stuff, and then scale it up as needed. And get it close to being in the middle as possible, well, close to being in the right position as possible, and then scale it up so it kind of scales uniformly. Yeah, all of this close enough. You don't have to get it perfect. Yeah, well, that looks good enough. Covering most of the area. Did you hide the new one? The prefab or whatever?
Yeah, I just moved it up so I could move it down.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Say you did what now?
I just moved it up so it was out of the way. I can just move it down.
Oh. Yeah, next time you can just hide it, delete all the stuff, and then unhide it. H and Control H does that.
Control H gets rid of it. Cube it and that'll go. Control Shift. Is it Control Shift G to see its parts?
To what? Sorry?
The stairs need slightly moving.
Oh. to. Oh, okay. So you need to right click the prefab, and then you need to wait. Click on the static mesh part of the prefab, and then yeah, now what's it called? Convert prefab instance to normal actor. So just scroll down.
That's it. The stairs need a little tweaking. Otherwise, it's fine.
I'll have to move the stairs. You can probably just lower them, I guess, and then move them forward. It's probably didn't scale uniformly, as they should have. Strange.
Could be it. Thanks for that.
Yep.
But just for some stairs.
Yeah, a lot of effort goes into the smaller things that you would think would be very simple. The easier thing to do that I kind of forgot about, but future reference is don't even bother doing stairs, especially in this stage. Just do a ramp. So you'll just get a block and you'll just adjust the position and pull out one of the sides and make a ramp instead. Because the stair is only like an aesthetic thing, I guess. It's like not special. Especially like with 3D applications like Blender or whatever, someone can always just throw that shit together once it's done. Like there is a section of designing where you start throwing all the pieces together, they're more complex once you figured it all out map wise. And that could be one of the things that you do to get like a better feel if you specifically want stairs. But also, see, the frustrating part is that like if you want them, you should be able to get them much easier. But you know, UDK isn't the best for that sometimes. The other part is that this mesh comes with that under piece that is kind of like inhibiting you from just throwing them down. However, not this piece, but the piece that had no texture, the large ramps. If that wasn't there, you could just slap the stairs in there and call it a day. I don't know, think about it. But we are not so lucky.
a little weird, to be fair.
What?
Just wanted to close off this back area a little bit, make it less open, but kind of looks weird doing it like this.
Because you're looking at it, but it would be better if it was one piece going all the way up. So maybe just take one piece and try. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. And then just size it up. Yeah. Textures kind of stretch a bit, but yeah, it's whatever. I don't think you really need to close it either. It's fine.
Extra turret. And that will serve as the early game base defense.
Yeah.
Prevent people from being overrun.
Yep. See, it's like the trade-off of doing it in engine is that once you do it, you're like, okay, I'm good. The trade-off in Blender is being able to get through a lot of the geometry set up faster, and also being able to get like what you want more precisely. But then there's more work to do after, instead of just slapping on a texture and calling it a day. The good news with that is the better you get at doing that, the easier it is, and it starts to feel like it doesn't matter. But it is a little bit of a pain in the ass to get to the part of learning all the steps that you need to do. Because like, you'll need to do creation of the asset in Blender, which is not really difficult. It probably goes a lot faster to get the geometry that you want, especially if you already have a plan. Then you would need to start doing specific things like unwrapping it and putting textures on it. And then you also need to do a thing with light maps. But let me think. I think there's certain parts that are like, I think you can kind of get away with halfway setting it up like it is in the engine, like a lazier way. I've done it on a few pieces where like you don't do the entire process that you would do if you're making a custom asset, because it doesn't really necessarily need it. You would use like the same materials you have here, and you just go back and forth in Blender and the editor to kind of change them up and fit what you're doing. And that's not so bad. Once you get to the halfway point with this, you should probably just duplicate all of it and mirror it, so you don't have to do all that shit again. By the way.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, like, so just take all those barbed wires. Just, yeah, there you go.
What was it? Shift
Shift E. for all the static meshes.
I don't think I've used it anywhere else.
We'll just hit Shift H. And then hit F so you don't see the background, so you actually see all black. Select it all again with the marquee selection, and that will just ensure that this is the only stuff you have selected. I think you might be missing one, but I'm not sure. Can't see that well.
For some reason it doesn't look like.
Yeah, I think you're missing that one on the very end. There you go. Well, maybe not.
I guess I have it selected. I assume so.
What you can easily do is just hit H to hide it, and then hit Control Z. Yeah, so all of them were selected. And then, yeah, bring back everything by hitting that. Now all you have to do is duplicate it, and then hit, wait, don't rotate it. You're gonna do the same thing we did before,
Yeah, hit.
where you do a transform. So zoom in close to it, and then right click on one of them, and then go to transform. One more, and then do mirror X axis, and then zoom out and see if that's right. No, hit Control Z and do Y instead. All this is doing, by the way, is making the X or the Y negative, like we did on the other thing. There you go. And now it's set up, and you just gotta put it in position. You'll probably have like an extra middle piece that you need to create, but so far this looks fine. Eventually, this will be faster than what you were going to do. The more you get used to doing those types of procedures. Just takes time.
Just a little bit of detail. Now, I'm gonna move the spawner. This is like the spawner that we set up ages ago when we didn't have spawners inside Home. I think I'll put this spawner, or should I have a spawner out here?
Say it again, sorry? I was like zoned out.
Should I have a spawner that's outside the building, basically, for players?
Sure. Why not?
I also added this silo over here.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Put this GT here to make sure they can't easily get it immediately. Something they have to work for.
Yeah.
I moved some of the, added some rocks here, moved these rocks about, just so it breaks some line of sight.
Okay. Is that a single? Go back to the front of that door. Is that like a single piece?
Oh.
Click on the side to the left. That. Okay. What the hell is that?
I got it from, I stole it from Eyes.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. It's like pretty industrial
Quite long as well.
looking. Yeah. It's a good piece. Yeah, still to your heart's content when it comes to just pieces.
I did end up using too many rocks when I made this.
That's fine.
It's like, at first I was just like, when I first did it, I was like Jenga-ing like rocks of the same size, and then I was like, hang on a second, I can just slap.
A huge one, yeah. You can also take the rocks that are on the inside. Like a lot of people flatten the rocks that are like the ceiling rocks and stuff. If you haven't noticed, so they flatten them into like, you know, wafers essentially, and use them to kind of get what they want without them having to stick up or stick through other places that might be a problem. The way you have it right now is fine though, but yeah. One thing, not to be too discouraging here, but one thing you're going to want to think about is, can a Titan fit in there? I think it might be able to, but you may have to adjust the height. It's good to, so before you play, go to the content browser and go to the actor classes. Get a Titan, get a Mammoth, and get a Titan, a Mammoth, and a Bike are good to have on the map for testing. So you can see where things can and can't go and if it's a problem or not. And when they're not, like if you don't want to test with them, you can just put them like inside of something and they're just out of the way. So like they don't interfere with like other testing that you're doing. But a Mammoth will get you an idea of like the max width and stuff that you're going to need. And more on that in a second. Titan's going to get you like the height, max height you're going to need for vehicles and stuff. Bike will let you know if something's going to just squeeze into areas. So if you have bikes, you want to test bikes. And if not bikes, then you know, like a Humvee or a buggy, also good to have.
I don't think the Titan's getting in there.
No, doesn't look like it, but it's easy to fix that.
Well, I don't think a Titan needs to get in here.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an option, it's just if you're not gonna like change it to fit in there, which you don't have to. You just have to be ready for people to bitch about it and be like, yeah, I didn't care to do it, so whatever.
Hammer fits in there. Just.
Yeah. The Mammoth is actually more, not even so much for this, even though this is one thing to also test. But, oh, okay. This is a prime example of what I was going to say earlier, but since this is co-op, it's not as bad, but it's still a thing, right? So currently, the problem that you're having, let's see if I can kind of finagle this to not show anything that I'm not supposed to. And then that should be okay. We do show. Yeah. Wait. Toggle screenshot mode. That should be completely fine, actually. Give me a second. I'm just setting up an example so you can kind of like understand what I'm getting at here. Oh, fuck. There's a lot of shit here. Okay, so basically, long story short, because if I show this, there's always going to be some little thing that's Firestorm. While I can show it without any real problems, I'd much rather have
Yeah, I
what the
won't
team to
stream
agree.
it. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. I completely forgot that. You have another monitor. Some people don't. Okay,
Yeah.
so give me a second. Let me move these tabs because they're in the fucking way. Actually, it doesn't matter. They're not a problem.
But yeah,
Okay.
I could widen it if I need to.
I'm going to show you exactly why. So you have an idea as to what you're doing with that. So, cool. Okay. So the thing you have to keep in mind when creating areas is as I drive around, notice that like nothing is like about to touch me per se. They're close, but I have a good amount of room, so much room that I could do this if I wanted to. I could just by memory probably get kind of close to getting into the like where I came, right? So you want to build stuff, entrances and exits towards like the largest vehicle that you're going to be using, and you want to probably make it to where there is enough space for them to make a mistake, because when people are in trouble, they are not going to drive perfectly. Like if I drive through here and I'm kind of just barely making it in, where in real life I'd probably like slow down to a crawl to make sure my vehicle is like easing into the area, it's probably too small, right? Like an area like this, like I can use this entire road and there's like sidewalk on the sides. That's like my buffer of error. That's why, you know, this road's a bit wider. And there's certain places that I specifically want to be tighter, but in most cases, it's not so tight that driving is a problem, right? And that's just kind of like a common theme. Now, it does give you the chance to make mistakes, but it's not something where you're most likely going to just make one by default because of the fact that everything is really tight. And it's something that I realized, and this is like the perfect example right here. This is the biggest piece of shit. It is, you know, the mammoth of this game essentially. But yeah, you basically want to make sure that getting around isn't something that you have to like drive perfectly, because no one's going to drive perfectly when they run around the corner like, oh shit, you know, two vehicles or whatever, and I need to get the fuck out of here, and I need to maybe like keep shooting to keep them off me, or do something like this that I'm not going to say what it is. And it's like a lot of things that you have to realize, like they need to not only be driving cleanly enough to not just ram and die, because that's always the worst feeling ever. That's why people complain about cluttered maps. It's also, they need to be able to drive and not look the entire time. Like be able to like, okay, I gotta go straight. And then, oh, I can take a turn if I want. So yeah, stuff like that. So it's things like that. And then certain areas you'll know, oh wait, this is a tight section, I better turn and look. And then you go back to doing your thing. It's just, And then when you're dealing with like, so think about the situation that you're looking at here, of, like what you've created. You've created a place that you could repair your vehicle, and obviously you're going to go repair your vehicle when you are in like low, and a lot of times probably if you're in trouble. So, and also if
Yeah.
you're going to go hop on the repair pad, it's probably like low enough to where you wouldn't just want to top it off as an engineer. Granted, you probably aren't an engineer anyway. But I would imagine if you bought a vehicle, you might switch to an engineer. And if it's so much so that you don't want to just top it off because it's like a 100 HP, 200 HP, you probably took significant damage. So you don't want to be in danger of losing your vehicle because you ran into a wall. That's not a very good feeling. And it's one of the things I learned of like, yeah, this is not good. But I think I realized that early on before I even like set it up for testing because I've experienced things like that in other games or something, and I was like, yeah, let's not set that up to happen. That always blows. Probably also came with like some of the earlier versions of the map where things were just tight in general, and then you just kept running into like not dead ends. You'd run into like gridlocks, and then those gridlocks will just if you didn't turn clean, you just died. Like if you didn't 180 out of there the right way, you're gone. So also part of the adjustments. That's why there's like a lot more options. Wait a minute. I completely forgot I made these. Yeah, I started working on like civilian vehicles to get better at like vehicle creation and doing more complex things, and I'm like, oh yeah, I made like 3 or 4 of those. This is other one. This one is a lot less on the done scale. It looks very much like it should be in Roblox or some shit. I don't know. This is when I was like kind of done doing these. I was like, I don't want to do this shit anymore. Oh yeah, I did make that. This one's like all fucked up. It's like tiny little baby car. And unfortunately, there's no rigged back doors. God damn. I think this one steers the best. Yeah. Yeah, this one definitely steers the best, actually.
This hiding tool seems so
Janky.
janky. Yeah.
It's because whenever you take a surface and you flatten it, and it's very, there's no fall off, and it just goes straight down, you're essentially stretching the everlasting hell out of that piece of geometry there in the landscape. So what ends up happening is when you go to click it, it's like a massive amount of space that is being removed because it's stretched so much. So to avoid that, you need to like kind of smooth out the side of the face, and you can do it without it having to go like really smooth to where it's no longer like going up and down or whatever. But you can oh, okay, whatever. Um, but yeah, you need to look at the landscape piece and smooth it out as needed. I think this is the first one I made. This one's definitely the coolest. You see, I'm gonna play Test Drive again. I actually made a Mustang ages ago for the engine. The SDK actually, but I never finished it. Like I didn't go texture it and all that like I should have. But yeah, I have no real. So right now, it's damn it.
Okay, that should be wide enough. Like, before, only 2 light tanks could really fit through it at a time. Now 3 light tanks can fit through it at a time.
Yeah, what does it look like with the Mammoth? You just put that in the front. Should be good. Like, I'm not worried about it anymore. It's fine. Yeah, that's good. And if you need to end up like saving some space and making so you don't get shot or whatever, instead of like redoing any of it, you can just put up things like pesco barriers and stuff. Simple solutions. Any gameplay issues that you still need to tackle? I know you say you went and fixed a lot of the things that were in the feedback, which is good.
Gameplay issues. I think I've mostly covered what most people were on about. Like, most people just wanted just have a quick butchers at it actually. Alright, so number 1, don't press tab yet. Strip is hard to get to, leaves you very open. You have to run the gauntlet. Have kind of fixed that. There's now another direction you can run the gauntlet in effectively.
Yeah.
Capturable medbay, that requires Kismet. Defending happens immediately when you step onto Hon ramp. Consider multiple lines of defense. Kinda have.
You said what happens immediately when you step on the Hon ramp?
Defending happens immediately when you step onto Hon ramp. So basically, when you walk out the door, you're basically at the front line. Consider multiple lines of defense. More variety in special infantry, like basically better waves, but the waves can come later. Sorting out the waves can come later. Bosses.
Yeah. It's easy.
Orcas go choo-choo. Basically, I accidentally had one of the waves send orcas, and yeah, they were land orcas because there's no aerial.
Oh, that's easy to
modes.
add. Just I'll tell you. Just go through the list and I'll tell you after. It's like super simple.
Of what?
Huh?
Just go to the list of what?
Oh, you're going through the list of problems, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then one of what maths needs alternative route to get your vehicles. Vehicles should spawn high enough not to instant kill anything below it. Set path for vehicles to move to after build. Consider swapping teams till we get the crash fixed. Consider adding more cover at the edges of the base so you can fly without a patch a mile away shooting you. Oh yeah, I've kind of raised off the ground in various places. Could raise this area up a bit more. So what limited aircraft we have has some cover. Consider moving bot spawns under a hill instead of on top of one to break line of sight to make. Holy rep pad, we have a rep pad. More manable turrets, there is now 2 manable turrets. Med tank seem broken, that's a bot thing. The Mars wave makes the tank area unfun if you get ganked on by a wave that just spawned. maybe more cover over here, or define the hills a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Because this hill isn't really gonna save you from anything. Add a silo or a working ref. Basically, because they were poor. Eco needs work, so I've added a silo. Safe passage from Hon to Strip. Yeah, kind of done that. Add a better defendability for Last Stand Hon. Kind of have with this bunker, kind of not. This bunker, definitely. I could add some sandbags here. Just like,
What was that for? Sorry.
huh?
What was that last note for? What did it say?
Add better defendability for Last Stand Hon. So sort of a last stand area. I guess I could add like a sandbag area here just so infantry have cover.
Yeah.
The tower.
Probably easier to just throw up a line of Hesco barriers until you figure out exactly how you want it. But those are also decent. You just have to set up more than one to stack them, because they are not high enough by default. You still have that floating Hesco barrier thing at the beach, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's still
Always grab that if you want.
actually.
Oh God. It begins.
The sandbags.
Yeah, this is not wise. I've done this. I would not recommend doing this. It's like it seems like the greatest idea until you start running into the problems. Because what we're about to do make the same exact thing with the new ones.
No, I was gonna
Add more.
because so what I saw was when I had it like this stacked on top, I put this here and I'm like, he can't actually look over that. So I was thinking
Over it.
have areas that are built up,
Higher.
but an area that's unbuilt so people can see, have cover, and but also shoot. That was what I was gonna do.
You'll probably be there for like 30 minutes. The easiest way to do that is just to take it and put it in the dirt, because who's gonna know where it's supposed to start? Like, put it in the dirt low enough to where you're standing over it and your head's peeking over. That's it. If you do it and try to get it like all perfect in that other setup way, you're gonna be like, why did I even do this? Because I did that and I regretted it later. So I stopped using those and I started using I stopped using the singles and I just used the rings, and then eventually I started just using Hesco barriers because I'm like, this makes way more sense anyway. Yeah, just play it from there and look at it, see how it feels. Tweak it as needed. So you forget you have ghost and teleport and all that. And crouch. Yeah. I set it a little higher if you wanted to, but you don't need to. Going first? Oh, never mind. Yeah. So go up just a little bit more than you think you need to. Just a bit more. Yeah. Because you should probably lower the top one a bit just to kind of like fuse in a little more. Yeah. Just a bit. Not, it doesn't have to be too crazy. Again, no one's gonna like notice or care about that, so you don't have to worry about it looking jank. And on the edges, you can put stuff like I think I put Hasco barriers on the edges of mine in that one map that I made, and you don't even notice how it looks in the corners. Surprised you're still up. It must be the weekend.
Sunday night I go back to work, and I
Yeah.
do night shift, so
It's gonna be a little while.
it's more of a case of I need to get into the sleeping pattern of sleep during the day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Lower it to the ground, it's fine. And then just slide it over. Right, because you're only trying to block the edge of it. The other way. Like you can go pretty far to on the y-axis because all you're really trying to do is block the edge part, so you can extend even more. What are you doing here? Oh, I see.
So they have somewhere to hide their heads behind if they need to.
Yeah, I guess.
This gap should be wide enough for somebody to, if they want to make the sprint.
Yeah.
It can still fit through here. I mean, can they get through? Can they jump through that? That's the question.
Currently, probably
No.
not. But you can probably just, I don't know. Just raise the ground a little bit if you have to.
Yeah.
That wall.
Hand of Nod under attack.
Probably just copy that and slap it over here.
Basically, yeah.
Move this area. I just
I mean, this isn't Roblox.
waypoint to strip drop vehicles, so out the vehicle basically. The missile turret thing should provide more cover. I basically fixed that by moving it over here onto this bunker. It has all the cover it could want. It's possible to get sniped by tow Humvees. Well, it should be less of a problem now.
Get more better.
Get more better. Defense map is surprisingly fun for being Ren X. That's good. You enjoyed it. I don't really like the wall/height difference between Hon and Airstrip. Well, Airstrip is just sort of a placeholder.
Well, they also didn't know that the reason why there's a wall between a Han. Are they talking about this wall here, basically, before it got changed? I'm guessing.
No, that was just a sandbag wall. I'm guessing the height difference
Yes.
between here and there.
Well, they probably don't realize that that was put there to make sure they don't accidentally fall in there with one of their vehicles and they're just stuck and upset. So understandable, but it's much
felt
worse to buy a vehicle and then you're stuck in that little pit. Good.
Next part is the airstrip is just kind of a thing until I figure out the Kismet to
Solution.
airdrop
Yeah.
stuff there. Then it'll be a case of sorting out all the path nodes for it, so when it drops, it moves away. So yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the angle of the base should be narrower. If you would an angle with pawn be centered. I don't know what he's trying to ask for. I imagine players should need to spread out fairly for defending. Yes, I'm not really sure what he's going for with that.
I think it's like, wait, is that the same line as like, it should be narrower
Yeah,
because it
I
feels
feel
like
like
it's spread out too much?
I feel like the angle of the base should be narrower if you would, and an angle with pawn being centered, you would have an angle about 135 degrees top view. I imagine players should need to spread out fairly for defending.
And it's kind of like part of defense mode, right? Like, if you can sit in one spot and defend a vast majority of your base, that's probably not ideal. So,
Kind of fixed.
yeah, that too. I mean, I think making it to where it's a bit harder for them to kind of get in and start shooting immediately is probably the fix there, and then they'll have more chokes to kind of shoot them through, so it kind of does that. But yeah, but having to spread out to go to different sections to get like a better angle to defend, I think that makes sense to do. Or else, like, your defense game mode is going to be very, very boring because it's too easy to just sit and defend.
But while I want this to be out of bounds, I kind of want to have orcas at some point to fly in over here and just sort of come in from a different angle from literally anything else.
Sure, but they don't have to worry about the out of bounds thing at
Oh,
all.
don't they? That's great.
Nope. They'll just fly in and be assholes and shoot you.
What else does he say? In addition to rep pad, add like health crates at some remote position or something that heals you over time slowly. Yeah, I like the idea of just maybe having maybe like a little hut over here with like a health pack in it. So if they're fighting over here and somebody's low health and is about to die.
You can drop health and ammo crates wherever. Health, ammo, and armor pickups.
Yeah.
This is based off of Unreal Tournament, so you can just have pickups in the maps. Just like in TDM maps.
Low rank passive healing would be nice when we get the med bay. Boost to eco or add bounties or random enemies that are somewhat tougher. Like the quicker you take them down, the more credits you get.
Yeah,
That
no,
sounds
that's
Kismet
not up to you. Yeah,
Kismet
that's
shit or just stuff that
code.
I can't do.
That's changing the code, really. The logic of like, if this boss dies within these time frames, you get money and not just regular money, but more money. Probably best left to hard coding that in as an option.
Vehicle upgrades, not really map related, but yeah, that's not happening.
Where are
Code.
you reading this from? Is it from the internal?
Yeah, internal, Martok's defense feedback.
Gotcha.
I'm on Groundbird at the moment.
Yeah. I'm looking session. Moment session. Is it level feedback first, and then it goes into that?
Session feedback, and it should be Martok's
Okay.
defense mech.
Gotcha.
Like to see a functional obelisk just for the aesthetic. Nah, a nobby would make it easy.
Yeah. I think like there's only one way to want to see an obby, and it's like you're getting to like the end rounds, and you purposely are like it's going to be really, really, really difficult, and you add in a way to turn it on, but maybe you have to do certain things to do that, which could be fun, but it's still just tacked on later if that's ever a thing.
Yeah. Have the enemy aircraft not roleplay ground birds. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I must have just scroll wheeled because it shouldn't have been orcas, it should have been something else, but I guess I must have mouse wheeled over it at some point and it just sort of cycled through the drop down menu.
Yeah.
APC was fun, it was good in the last match. Meeting point is quite far away. I'm guessing that was when I said try and attack this house and tell me what they think. Make the machine guns below the turret functional or remove them. Yeah, that's from the bunker that was originally here that had them fake quad turrets in its mouth that didn't work. So that's gotten rid of it. The ladder in the climbable inf tower is a bit broken. I fixed that. It was this one. Hand of Nod has a player spawn point outside of it, which is a bit awkward. It was this one here. I moved it in here. Maybe you could consider adding more of automated base defense, like guard towers and turrets, preferably somewhere closer to the Hand of Nod. I have added 2 now that are both next to the Hand of Nod. It also could be interesting if the rest of the map wasn't so empty. Maybe consider adding something like neutral tech buildings, silos, medical center, so on and so forth. I have added a silo now. It's something. A med bay eventually. Missionary
Also-
crates. I do need to add crates at some point.
Yeah. I was gonna say to Lieutenant that looks like the build's going pretty decent. Kind of figured out a bunch of things. It's just people in your chat talking, that's all.
Ah, okay. I've been abusing my chat.
Terrible streamer.
I know, right?
Reported.
Hey, Suvi. Hey, Lipton. Yes, I'm still building. I'm still editing. Because why not? The other feedback I got was from Neil. Let's go see what he said. He said it into my DMs. So overall, generally impressed on how fun the map played, given that it's only been in development for less than 2 weeks. For a quick to-do list, flying vehicles need a special path nodes. Yeah. The volume. Ideally,
The volume pass.
yeah. Ideally, you'd try out adding a player area volume so people don't wander off outside the main area. A good thing to do would be to give a map a name. This would make it easier to give it personality and get a ideas for environment, which will lead you into creating a package for all the assets that will be used in the map. This will fix things like water not having materials. Ah yes, because when we played test, the water didn't have its texture.
Material. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to set up your package file for that, and getting a name to get like an idea of the environment and biome that you're in is a good idea. Even if it's like a basic one that sticks with the overall look of what you have going on now, you still want to like get that started. So, setting that up is important.
As for specifics for the map, vehicles could become tankier and less in numbers based on players. More inventory only areas would be nice. The bridge river area is designed very well, where you can't really go and spawn camps since you're getting flanked. A few more restrictions on where players can and can't go, like the mountains and hills for next level design. Tip: if you don't block an area, people will find a way to get to it. Yeah. Personal preference thing, but units like patched gunner shouldn't be used for mass waves since lore. This is completely up to you, and it's certainly a limitation on the unit roster. I'd probably send the mass patches. Funny. Even as a concept, while the map has a good layout with interesting gameplay, you should spend a bit more time getting tiny details a bit more polished. One ladder isn't working properly in some of the towers, requiring to jump in order to get inside. Yeah, fix the tower. For further tests, I recommend first adding the map to your Renegade X install and try it once in single player to make sure things load before the test. Build lights to get a good idea of the visibility and environment. That's basically his feedback. Because everyone complained that the sky was non-existent. Marta, would it be a good idea to add a laser fence gate at the front that still can be destroyed, like the field waiting map at the rep pack? I mean, I could potentially, but if I did add a laser fence, it would probably wouldn't be destroyable. It would probably be already in its destroyed state, given the kind of direction I'm going with how the map is. Like the refinery is already destroyed, the obelisk is already destroyed, the power plant's already destroyed. If I place an airstrip somewhere, that's already going to be destroyed, with the only real building left being the Hand of Nod. Of course, vehicles will still be produced, it's just they're gonna have to be airlifted in. Okay, you still there?
Yeah. So I thought you were still. I was reading something stupid and my brain stopped working. Sorry.
That's fair. But yeah.
One thing to keep in mind, and this is for anyone that creates things, is that you have to take feedback and realize that not all feedback is what you need to actually do or change or whatever. Feedback can lead you in the wrong direction, so you need to have like a clear plan of what it is that you're creating. Or at least make sure you're first consulting with people that have a good idea of like what you should potentially do, because sometimes people will unfortunately almost intentionally lead you in the wrong direction, right? But not saying that was happening, that stuff. It was general, like, thoughts and opinions and just feedback of what was happening. But, I've seen the opposite as well in the past. So, that's why earlier when I was talking about you want to focus on what your map is supposed to be, in terms of you created this specifically to get something going that isn't abysmal when there's only low pop is like the main starting reason, outside of just wanting more defense stuff, right? So I would say make sure that as you are creating stuff and obviously feedback and changes and ideas start popping up, whether it be from others or from yourself, that you keep in mind the main goal, which is to create something for that specific type of population and experience. Else, you may end up making it, and it just completely loses its identity, and then you're just kind of left like, what the hell do I do now? Because one problem that can happen, that has happened to me before, is that you start creating it in one direction, then the other direction that you started from is getting left behind, and then you don't know which direction to develop for. And then it can start becoming like, so one direction goes like, okay, well, like say you make a map that is like this, made for less people, then you make tweaks based off of observations and gameplay, especially gameplay that's not necessarily built for what you are making it for. Say you make your map, test your map's fun, and then, a lot of people show up, that's okay. But when it doesn't work well with 25 people in the server, people are going to say, well, this should change and that should change and these things should change here. They're not necessarily being can't think of the word, but they're not being like fucked up or anything, or like trying to like mess over what you're doing. But based off of the experience that they're having, they're going to say these things should change to make it better, which they're not necessarily wrong. But you'll run in a situation where you remember, like, wait, this wasn't even built for this, and then you're kind of like at a impasse of like, well, I can make it better for this new thing, or I can make it better for the original thing. And if you try to like make it better for both, you're probably not going to have a great time. Probably not going to come out very well, and no one's going to be happy. It's like when developers try to make games for everybody, and you realize, hey, this fucking sucks. I didn't want this at all. So with that, just keep in mind like the original identity, and then you will get you'll push it in a direction that makes more sense and is overall better, and then people can kind of like deal with the fact that, like, yeah, it's not meant for a super large like experience. It's not supposed to have a bunch of vehicles at your disposal and all sorts of stuff like that, and that's okay. So if that's what you want, cool, but it's not built for you. It's built for something else. And it usually ends up better anyway. The rock is always weird to me. It's like wrinkly. It's not necessarily bad. It's just like every time I'm working with it, I'm like, it just looks like random wrinkles more than a rock. I'm not sure why a lot of maps don't have laser fences, but it's probably because they kind of add in like a potential problem. Because if you add in a laser fence and that laser fence doesn't hurt people, then it's weird. Like, why is this laser fence not actually doing damage? And if you can walk through it, it's also weird because it's like, shouldn't it kill you or do a lot of damage? And then if it does do that, then it feels weird because like maybe you just get pushed into it or you accidentally touch it and you just die. And then even if you get all that working right, because realistically you just make it do damage, and then you also can't walk through it. It's still like, well, what does GDI get? And the answer is nothing but walls. So it's kind of a weird spot, you know. Were there laser fences in Renegade? Or
No.
or
I don't know
Tib
about
Dawn?
Renegade. Tib Dawn, that no, definitely not.
Yeah, I think that's more of like a Tib Sun thing anyway.
Yeah.
So like they're cool, don't get me wrong, but they're not necessarily even from the games that you see them in on these maps. So yeah, I don't know. Honestly, one of the things I noticed is that like a lot of the cool ideas uh, end up becoming like headaches. So people just say fuck it and don't bother. Yeah, and working gates are also a headache because like they move at a certain speed, and if you move faster than that speed, you just run into the gate. And then I heard that someone had a problem with a map where they added the fence or the working gate, which is also a Kismet thing, by the way. And then they deleted it for some reason, and it just broke the entire like map permanently. And I'm like, I've never had that experience, but yeah, that doesn't sound very good. And realistically, it's like they're kind of like a cool factor thing, but in reality, they feel like they don't bring too much to the table. I mean, I guess they could, but like, are you waiting for the gate to come down? Like, it's, you know what I think? It's partially the problem of like the game. It's not an RTS, so in the RTS, gates make more sense and walls make more sense, but in like Renegade and Renegade X, walls and gates don't really matter because you just shoot over them anyway. Like the artillery is just going to shoot over your base or shoot over your walls and hit your base regardless. I've yet to see a map that I can think of outside of maybe walls or something like that, where like your walls are so high that you're not hitting the base. But you know, in RTS, like the walls would actually like stop certain things from shooting past them. like tanks and infantry and shit. So the gates made more sense, at least from what I remember. Yeah, actually, I already have the walls loaded up because I was checking something. Even in walls, there's certain sections you can shoot over the base with vehicles on the sides. But the walls are doing their job of not letting you just like shell. And you have to like go into the base. So
How do I put like a respawnable
vehicle,
health kit, armor pack, or ammo?
go to the not content browser, the actor classes, and just type in like health. You should type in health and add one of those, and there's 2 health packs, by the way. There's a small and oh wait, there's
Do
3 of
these
them.
respawn?
Yeah, do those. There's 3 of them. You can probably put one of the bigger ones in either a dangerous area that is away from the base, or maybe in the back of the base when you're like, okay, I want to go get healed. So you're basically out of combat anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like if you had like a big health pack in say the garage area or cave area, like it wouldn't really matter, right? So and the reason why I say just you drag and drop them all, so you can just take them and copy them and put them around the map, so you don't have to like go in here every single time you want to put it into an area. One thing I kind of wanted to do, or I thought would be a good idea, is like maybe some of these bunkers don't actually get any so go inside of this bunker, for example. So the idea I had, and not saying like to do this or set this up or anything, but it might be something I try in the future, like a co-op map or something, but making it so like if you go in this bunker, it gives you a rocket launcher in your inventory, and then if you leave the bunker, it takes it away. So it's basically like a rocket. It's like a garrison building type of thing from like the RTS games. I don't think it'd be that hard. I think there's only one problem that I think is easily solvable if the Kismet works properly, which is if you're a rocket soldier, you kind of don't want it to take your rocket away, because that would be a problem. But I think what you can do is first check if they're a rocket soldier, and if they're a rocket soldier, do nothing, and if they are not a rocket soldier, do all the other stuff. Same thing with a gunner, but you don't have gunners, so rocket soldier it is. But yeah, don't worry about that. It's just a thought that popped up. What are you trying to do with that? Did you? Are these multiple pieces that you set up? I wasn't looking.
Yeah, this is one piece. The effect is another piece, and then this is the
Oh
armor
my
thing. I was trying to select the.
It's transparent. You have to do the thing. Also, wait. What is your scale? You might have moved your bunker a bit, so you should probably go back a bunch until you have that deselected. Because there you go. That should be good. Oh, quick tip: whenever you know you're gonna select, especially a lot of pieces, up where your thing, where it has like the mouse cursor, then it has the little movement widget, then it has the rotation. If you pick the mouse cursor, whatever you click, you can't move anything. So, like you can click and move and drag and all that. It doesn't let you move a thing. And then if you want to move stuff, just hit spacebar again. Unfortunately, when you cycle through spacebar, it doesn't go to that one. I really wish it did, or at least it had a cool, like a keybind, but it doesn't. So, anyway, yeah, you don't have to do that. By the way, that thing is set up for weapons. You might be able to set up for armor, but in reality, the armor just like rotates around in the air, so you don't even need this station to be on the ground either.
Oh.
Now, if you want it to, click the thing by itself, the bottom part, and hit F4. Have you messed with any of this yet?
Nope.
This is a static mesh actor. Yeah, there's one in the not content browser, in the other thing, actor classes. It's called like a pickup. Just search the word pickup and you'll see it. UT weapon pickup. Wait. Yeah, just drop it, see what it gives you. Oh, that's lights. Never mind. Why is it a light? Actually, drop one of those and let me just see what it looks like, so I can remember. Yeah, no. Oh, what? RX pickup, crate pickup, UT pickup factory. What is that one? Try that. Maybe it gives you that thing that you want for some reason. Oh no, that's Unreal Tournament. There's okay, get rid of that. At the very bottom, UT weapon pickup factory will give you the right one. Because they just use the same one and say fuck it. Yeah, it has all that extra shit. And then now if you hit F4 and go to the top one, this is where you pick what it's going to give you. And you have a very wide array of weapons.
Damn,
some of them are not even. Yeah, some of them aren't even weapons that you would expect. So straight up
I'm
vehicle
curious.
weapons right there.
I
Make sure you save before you play. But yeah, give it a shot.
Oh,
You have it. You just gotta go lock onto something. Try locking on that Apache. Oh, that works. Shoot it. For some reason, you just get to lock. Oh, I messed up. It might not actually. Oh wait.
I'm firing. I can hear it fire.
Turn the God mode on. Die.
Hand of Nod under attack.
I don't think that was you. Yeah, probably not gonna work. Other weapons will work though. So. I'm gonna grab something real quick, but if you end up like about to go. Don't leave before I get back because I gotta show you something, I guess. You're back.
I played around. I fucked around and found out. Should sleep, Ghost. See what weapon this is. Nice. Okay, I wanted this one. someone makes it over here, they can get a tactical rifle. Good morning to you. It's like, it's basically 6 a.m. here. Like 3 minutes to 6.
Turnabout.
So what I did was I got the I basically got Patch's weapon and I put it here.
Okay.
So if people want Patch's weapon, they have to work
Yeah.
for it.
And that's where I'd probably say you can add in a trigger volume that if they get over there, it spawns a bunch of bots that they have to fight.
Yeah.
That's a counter that's just going to be specific for, oh, you're running over here to like get Patch's weapon.
How do I select this and get rid of it? Because if I can't select it, it's kind of annoying.
Transparency selection, just like water.
One's
Nope,
that
to
one.
the right and on the top. Keep going to the right past the blue. A little bit past the blue. Check. There you go. Big window looking thing. No, just delete that shit. It comes with its own like effects. The real one. And then there's no point in having that sit on one of those. It's not necessary.
How do I know if this respawns?
Just grab it. It does. Hit F4. It spins, so it doesn't matter if it's perfect.
Doesn't really have much in the brain with settings.
It probably doesn't have anything. It's probably all just hard coded. Probably just hard coded, just like all the other pickups are. But yeah, they come back up. They probably come back up in 27.5 seconds. I'm almost willing to bet that they come up between 25.5 and 30 seconds.
Test it.
Yeah. Because that was the timing of Unreal Tournament. Nice. And then what would happen is if you pick up one smaller pickup, whether it be a gun or health or small armors, they're 27.5. And if you get two of them bitches, and you're at 55 seconds, and 55 seconds is the same time that the super shield popped up. And then another 27.5 was the double damage. timing became very, especially in higher level matches, like really, I guess, predictable in terms of like what's coming up next and whatever. So you have to delay, blah blah blah. Anyway, 27.5 most likely. Did you load the autosave or your last save?
My last save, so this was it.
Autosave
Alright.
might be more recent.
Yeah, I didn't really do much.
Yeah.
But I am a little worried that it's now crashing ever since I got this thing.
Certain things, if you mess with them a lot, you might run into problems. There's certain things you just don't move around too much. Like whenever you get to doing decals, gotta be real careful with those because those fuckers crash a lot. They crash for me constantly, and I had to like kind of ease them into position and then just stop touching them. Really annoying. Can't wait to go to a different engine. What's not cool? I said a lot of things I forget. How's Firestorm going? It's going alright. It's slowly being developed.
Warning. Hand of Nod under attack.
I see that you keep forgetting that you have Ghost and all that stuff out and bound.
Kinda wanna test this armor comes back.
Yeah.
Came back faster. Up there, that works.
Yep.
Warning. Hand of
I changed it to 20 seconds, but yeah, they come back.
Another crash?
There's probably something happening down there with the bots, if I had to guess. As a matter of fact, before it closes, you might be able to hover over that and then maximize, right click. And maybe it will have information. You have to scroll a little bit and everything pops up. Well, let's see. Script warning, Paul. Scroll down. Nope. What else? Trying to see what was the last thing the bots did. Oh, you might have added something that you shouldn't add or something up there, because you did add a lot of stuff. So maybe you need to just get rid of one, or easier to just to like grab new ones to make sure they're not busted. I mean, the shields shouldn't be busted because you've used them twice. You use the health, and then a little bit after that it crashed. So maybe like I'll just get rid of all that shit and just replace it. Replace the ones you need. Oh, you actually test. Okay, yeah. If it's been a while, you probably should test because there's probably been a good amount of changes that you might like. So what I'd probably do first is save. And then I'd probably run around and see if anything happens before you, yeah. Oh, it could have been a pathing issue. Just cancel out. Oh, yeah. And there's vehicles and shit too. Yeah, so maybe take the vehicles and just move them out of the way, so that's not a potential problem. And then, well, you should have moved the vehicles first, but at the very least, build paths and then see what happens. They might be interacting with these vehicles and causing problems. It also could just be when you don't build paths, they run into like an infinite loop or something dumb. And they just keep running around in circles or doing something dumb that just crashes everything. I've had that one working on my other map in Firestorm.
When did I fuck this up?
You put a blocking one there.
No.
Are you talking about the terrain?
The terrain. I must. When I picked the. Okay. Note to self.
It's easily possible.
Yeah, it's just annoying.
In the future, I can show you how to just put a decal on that as well. Do these bots actually run all the way across the bridge?
Yes, they do.
Huh. Nice.
Might need to put some more spawners there.
Why
There's only 3 here.
I think you're probably better off doing the thing I talked about where if someone comes over here, it spawns a group. Or the extra ones, that is. What you already have is probably fine. I mean, I guess you can spawn more, but...
Yeah, spawn more.
It doesn't... Is it so, like for the interaction of being over here? Or is it just to have more that slowly come across the bridge?
When you come up, I reckon I'd want some more to spawn over there when they come here. Just so they have more to fight than just the
Oh
GT.
yeah, of course. That's when you set up the thing. Like, fuck it, let's just set it up now. It's not even hard. just go over there, click on that vehicle, and then click on the builder brush. And then just kind of like grab it, put it in the middle of the road, size it. Just move it over a bit. And then size it so it goes all the way to the thing and all the way to the wall. Just grab the side. Yep. And then go up in the air with it as well, just in case there's someone that flies by. Because we're, whatever. You can go all the way up, it doesn't matter. Because you probably still want stuff to spawn if you had like a orca, right? So don't worry about getting it perfect. Just this will catch it in most cases, so you'll be fine. Anyway, now change it, or click volumes, turn it into a trigger volume. Right there, it's up. Okay, now you can hit the brush on the left again to get rid of, so it's not in your way. Hit Shift 1, so it's also not gonna randomly get changed. Click on the trigger volume. Go to Kismet, which is the K at the top that's green, not that one. Uncheck that one. And then do the other one. Okay, open it up. So it's not finance. Right click it, or just right click somewhere. New event. Using trigger volume. Touch. Nope. New event using trigger volume. Scroll down more. Whatever you have. No. Left side. Down. Whatever you have selected is going to give you these two options whenever you come in the Kismet. It's going to give you either an object reference or an event reference. So do touch. Okay, cool. Now you're going to basically set up a bot spawner to activate when this thing gets touched by a person, right? So go into or right. Actually, I'm gonna do this as well to make sure this is easy. So you should right click on. This I'm gonna find it so we're not guessing. So it's probably gonna be an action. It's gonna be toggle. So action, toggle right at the bottom, and then toggle again, and just put that there for now. Don't worry about it. And then what's this thing called? Okay, so now we need to go and get a bot spawner. So minimize that. Go to the actor classes, content browser, actor classes. Type in script. Scripted bot spawner. And let me look at the other ones first. Yeah, that's fine. Drop that. And pull it up. And close that. And let's just set it up with like a bot. So just hit F4. Open the spawn at the top. And activate on start. First, we're going to check that as yes, because we want to just make sure it works. Spawn points. So now you're going to just select some of these points that are there and set them up as spawn points. Now, you could just add in more. But you can also just select. And I would recommend selecting a few different ones. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems, though. Because that shit did not load. Okay. Try just doing, try it again with a different one. Yeah, like you already have it selected, just hit the green arrow. If that doesn't work, we'll just pick a different one. Okay, the first one just didn't want to work. That's weird. And you can pick like that path node right there as well in front of it. Either one of them. Yeah, just add that to it. Just adding all these as potential places they could pop up. That's all. And yeah, that's good. Now go to character types. So 2 slots under that. Go up in the window that you're already in. There you go. Character types. And hit the array. It's the first array, so yeah. That. Pick any character, it doesn't matter. Well, any character that will shoot you, I guess. So go to. Don't do OG just so we don't have any random crashes that happen. Do RX something. There you go. That's cool. And team index is 0, and spawn interval is whatever. That's cool. Add in go to the character types and then click on the thing that's to the left of the X, not to the right of it. There you go. Click that like 2 times. There you go. That's good. That's good. And then close it. So let's just test that this works. So just start the well, first save, then build pass, then spawn and fly to it with G. Well, they're there.
Spawned a lot of them.
Close that shit before it blows up your computer. I don't know why it spawned so many. Click on it. It's still working. Are you still there, or are you like out?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Okay.
Is it?
Spawn. Oh, yeah, you're about to have a really bad time. Your spawn number is set to 0, so it's probably just going to spawn infinite amounts instantly.
Nice.
Because there's also no spawn
Interval.
delay. Yeah. So
Nice.
set that to, like 1 or 2. Probably just 1. The stream kind of lagged because of all of that.
Team index 1. So how do I set number of them?
What do you mean number of them?
Like how
There's
many
a
of
spawn
them
number. Scroll up. Or just keep
Oh,
going
max
up.
spawn. Spawn number.
Spawn number and max spawn. Just do this. You can do the same number. That's fine. On both. But if you do 5, you should probably just get rid of the extras on the slot there. You know what I mean? Like the array character types. Just get rid of the extra ones if you want to do it like that. There you go. Close that and then try it again just to make sure it's not going ape shit because you're about to have a very bad time. Notice how your computer isn't crying for help. Just make sure they're actually there. And yep, you got it. You can go ahead and close it. Now we need to get this to work only when you walk over there. And yeah. So just go to Kismet as you have that highlighted. So that was correct. So right click. Add new object. Yep, that one. And then also add in the event. And then let's see what the options are. Let's scroll down. Sorry, the specific event of this one. Do scripted spawner event. Just have it there just in case. And you can just move this out of the way for now to the left a bit. Hold control. There you go. I'll say your other left. Take the scripted spawner and not that one, the object here. And then okay, take the touch, put that on turn on, and then put the target as the scripted spawner thing there that's in front of you. So click on the red thing first, and then put it. Oh, your stream is okay. Let me restart it. Okay. Grab the touch, move it over to the turn on part. Yep. Grab the scripted spawner, put it under target. Under target on the right. There you go. And link those. Okay, cool. Right click and just right click. Go to variable. Go to player. And then add that under instigator. What you're saying is when any player touches this, it's going to act like touches the trigger volume is going to toggle on the thing that you're no longer going to have set to automatically go or whatever. And then this whole sequence will play out and all the bots will come and attack and that'll be it. Now, you see how... Go ahead.
Is there a way to add a cooldown to this ability so that it might trigger again in, say, 30 seconds time?
Yes. So
Where would
we can
that
do that
be?
now. It's not hard. It's actually very easy. So take this. Actually, no. Okay, so the way that would work, the best way to make it work would be there would be something that would say, let's not do this anymore. But we're going to bypass that because it's not important right now. And what you're going to do is super easy. Take the out. And then we're going to actually, what do you think? The smartest way to do this. If that goes into that. Actually, okay. You think? Look at the other scripted spawner at the bottom, the event, and pull it up so we can kind of look at that as well. Oh, okay, got it. So, take that and move it over to the right side, kind of like down a bit. There you go. Take the event, put it into the top of that. It'll work. Just see where it says event on toggle. Toggle. Go to the toggle. Action. Okay, it says event. Take that, drop it there. Just drop it on top of it. Touch it. There you go. Cool. So that's going to say after this, toggle this whole event thing, which is going to be after either finish spawning or all bots are killed, you're going to essentially, activate it again, but I don't know if you can simply say turn on. I think you have to. I have to look at this actually to do this correctly. Okay, so I'm gonna add that. What did I put it? Content browser. Vector classes. Script. Scripted bot spawner. Highlight it. Oh, what the fuck? Mouse is being stupid. Okay. There. Kismet. Jets. Touch. Oh. Scripted bot spawner. Okay. So currently you have it set to when you touch thing, it's going to toggle on the target, which is the bot spawner. And then after that, it's going to say after the bots are finished spawning by the player. Actually, it doesn't matter who the instigator is. Let's see what the options are here. Toggle. So, this might work. So, you touch the trigger, it toggles it on, which is going to run through it, spawn everything. After it's finished spawning, it will toggle it off. And then it'll toggle it right back on to do it again. So all you really need to do now is put delays in to make sure. So take take the bots killed portion of the last thing on the event. Over to the right, all the way to the right, yes. All bots killed, take that, put that into toggle. On the toggle one. It's like the last option on the toggle. There you go, put it there. Now put the out into toggle as well. So click on the, yeah, there you go. Right in there. So the logic I'm thinking here is you're going to turn it on, it's going to spawn, and then it's going to, at the end, toggle the thing to turn off. Then it's going to kick to the event, which is going to say all bots are killed. Go ahead and toggle it on again. Right? So then it should spawn, toggle off, kill everything, toggle on.
So I should.
And technically you shouldn't need any delays. But
It's not what I thought it would be.
yeah. Let's just give this a try after, of course, you save, and yeah, give it a try. Also, make sure when you go back into the game that you turn off the automatic activate on start. So you still have that on right there. The first option.
Turn it off?
Turn it off. Because the thing is supposed to turn that on when you walk through the trigger. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else that needs to change. Change the numbers to like 3 instead of 5. The spawn interval is only for how fast will they spawn all of the things that you say to spawn. So you don't need to worry about that. Squad ID doesn't matter. So yeah, give it a shot. You might also want to hide that GT because you need to kill things and it's just going to be shooting you and being annoying as shit. So you just move it underground, I guess. Okay. Alright, give it a shot. Make sure you put on God mode or you're going to have a bad time.
Oh,
Yeah, it'll do that. It's fine. Fuck it. Also, you are in ghost mode that has no... No, go back. Behind the shed. Okay, that's good. They spawn. Now go kill them. And very soon after that, they should all spawn again after they're all dead. Jesus Christ, get closer. Did you put a spawn interval on?
no, they have not spawned. This is just the attack wave.
Oh, regular bot. Oh, yeah, so go back. Keep running all the way back because you ghosted through it and that has 0 collision. Alright, now you should be good. Okay, well, it didn't turn on. Just back out of this. And let's see. You got your thing there. You know what? Just do wake on start for now so we can know.
That one?
Yep. Take this GT and just move it out of the way because even though I have my sound off, it's still annoying to see it shooting at me. Just like throw it in Narnia or something. You can always just turn on 10x24 and just slam it towards the beach instead. But that works. That's fine. This time, just make sure to run through the trigger volume properly because I'm still not even sure if you did that. I mean, you can go to the bridge, all the way to the other side of the bridge, and then just stop it. Yeah, sure, that's fine. You have a keybind for God mode, don't you?
If I do, I don't know.
I think.
Oh, that's warp.
That seemed like something happened.
Warning. Hand of Nod under
That
attack.
said something up there. See if it's spawning. That's the normal guy.
That's a grenadier. They should. The only grenadiers should be from the spawner.
Okay.
So he's a marksman. He's from the wave.
Yeah. Now they should respawn. Or not.
Unless it's toggled it to. If I stand over
Yeah.
here, it will work.
Probably won't. You just exit out. Take a look and see. Actually, my other map for that. There's a whole lot of Kismet in here. fuck? Okay. Okay. And then disabled. Okay. Up top. What the fuck is going on here? Box. Okay. Let's see. All bots killed. Okay, so we compare shit, and then if the comparison is right, it turns on. What is this? If 0 is equal to wait, A. A is greater than equal to B, turn on that. Really? Scripted spawner 10 0 5 0. That's so fucking stupid. They're spawning toggle on. Bots killed. Toggle. Magnet. Neutral. Toggle. Okay. This is dumb, but I figured it out. Oh, god damn it. I just closed my editor and it did not warn me anything. So add in, right click, go to condition, go to comparison, go to int. Okay, and then you can delete that one and go back into right click again, not on that. Go to, I want to say variable, probably not variable. Go to int, just see if there's anything in there that I'm not expecting. Nope, not that. Okay, go to condition, go to what's in, nope, that's not it. I guess go to action. I need something that basically says like go to comparison again, wherever that is. And then go up to comparison. Go to objects. If it's not objects, it might be bool. No, go to try. I'll see it in a second. My editor's loading. Anyway, in the meantime, go to variable integer, and there should be just like a number in there, or just int. INT again. Cool, because you're gonna need that. 1 second, let me load this fucking editor. Why the fuck is it add? Not B0. Okay, go to. Oh.
To what?
There's something called add int. And maybe that is in add int. Yep. Yeah, go to math or go to action, go to math, go to add int. And you're going to take this and put this to the right of the final thing that you have. Yep. And then you're going to get the compare int, and you're going to put that to the right of that. Or under it and to the right a little bit. Cool, please. Further to the right. Take the 0, pull it over there as well. Take the A and put that into the 0. Put the int result, put that into the 0. And then take the 0, or take the A from the compare and put that into the 0 as well. So for here, it's A, it's int result into 0. Okay, no.
It's A.
Keep forgetting that I'm looking at your stream, so it's super delayed. Yeah, that A, put the int result into 0 as well.
Into 0.
Click on the add int and put value B as 1. Open sequence add int at the bottom. Nope. Hit 1 on B. Take the add ints out portion and put that into the in of compare integer. And then now take the A equals B and plug that into the toggle. Hopefully we don't have to do another step, but it's fine. Now take the all bots killed and put that into add int. Into the in part of that. There you go. And then trying to see if there's anything else that's messed up here. You can get rid of that. It doesn't really do anything. Yeah, go ahead. Just hit Alt, click it, Alt left click it. There you go. And what else is there? Oh, I'm still in here. Okay,
Actually,
so
I don't think we should do all bots killed.
why?
Because it might be counting all the waves bots as well.
No, it's going to be specific to this specific spawners, bots.
Okay.
Because the map that I made has all sorts of bots running around, but as soon as you kill the bots from one group, a door closes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a good idea because that's how Kismet wants you to think. Like, you know, you're schizo, but
Fair enough.
yeah, I mean it's the right way to think though for, you know, weird bug testing. Anyway, save and give that a try and see if it works. That's how I have mine set up, and then that's how new things get opened. Now, there is a chance that you have to add in a separate toggle instead of using the same toggle, but, you know, whatever. Hopefully not. Keeps giving an error, so that might also be one of the problems, but we'll see. You should just start with a fucking Mobius gun or something. Or a Mendoza. It's far easier. Check it again, see if they're there. If not, we're gonna test one other thing. This shouldn't cause any differences at all.
Then,
Okay. Let me check one thing real quick.
Warning. Hand of Nod under attack.
Okay, let's see. So the max spawn and the spawn number are set to you know what? Let's just make this easier for bug testing so we don't go down a rabbit hole of something that's a waste. Exit out of this.
Warning.
Duplicate that spawner.
this thing.
Yep, duplicate it. Move it over to the side. Go to Kismet with that highlighted. That is as a object. Yep. Take that and put to the right a bit of everything. Click on the toggle and just duplicate it. Nope. Nope. The whole window there. Click on the whole window of toggle. Hit Control W. I don't know what just happened. Oh, there it is. Drag it over to the right. All the way over to the right. Unhook everything. Just
button was
click to click and click them. Click directly on the boxes. Take that, drag it down in front of the, or right next to the door, whatever. take that A equals whatever and plug it instead into this toggle of turn on.
Get rid of the old one.
Sure. Yeah. I think I was thinking of a problem that I think might solve it without doing this, but I'll test it later. And then target, turn it on, turn that one on. Target. There you go. So this should turn on this one after you kill the other boss. You test that. I'm gonna go stir my food and then put it back in the microwave. Be right back.
Warning. Hand of Nod under attack.
Well, like you had a lot of fun here. What happened?
I tested it. It kind of. I don't think it worked, but I wasn't sure. So I tried to do it again, but I went to buy Chem Trooper, but the moment I clicked on Chem Trooper, the game crashed. So I'm gonna try and buy Chem Trooper again and see if that crashes it again.
What do you mean it kind of worked?
Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't count.
All right, we'll just buy Chem Trooper. Let's just see that.
Okay, buying a Chem Trooper crashes it.
Nice.
I don't know. Fortunately, I am rather tired. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning for me. So I think I'm gonna call it for here. I'll just have to We'll just have to come back to this and fix it.
I'll just be a lesson as to why you never fuck with Kismet until later, or if you have help. That shit can leave you there for hours. But yeah, I guess go ahead and log off the stream and let me fill you in on something, I guess.
Okay. It's the end of the stream, so thanks for joining us. Bye.